funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. High fives and fist bumps all the way around. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. But I am not alone. Say hello to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
I thought Mary Santora was back today. Perhaps she's not.
I mean, I know she's back in town. I think she just might be a sleepy lady.
Oh.
I don't know.
All right. I thought she was back today. Well, there you go. I'm the last to find out. Anyway, if you'd like to join us, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192 if you want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com, all the other stuff. I was going to send a photo to the group chat yesterday, and for whatever reason, I just didn't. But I was thinking, boy, if karma was a thing, and I don't believe that it is, but if karma was a thing, I would have had a face full of it yesterday.
What did you call an old lady an old crone again?
Nah, that was deserved, Bill. When I called that old woman an old crone, that was not unsolicited. Well, it was unsolicited by her, but she shouldn't have gotten in my face. Let that be a lesson to all you octogenarians out there in public.
Don't F around and find out
Don't
with Alan Cox.
F-A-F-O with A-C. No, we took our daughter to a cat cafe in Tremont, which is half coffee cafe, where you can get macchiatos and meowchiatos. So it says on the menu. And then the other half is you go in and they have a whole bunch of cats, and you spend a half an hour hanging out with the cats. And my daughter, as she is a 7-year-old girl, is mesmerized by cats.
My girlfriend's a 35-year-old woman, and she's also mesmerized by cats. We were at a wedding, and there was a cat outside, and she's telling everybody in the whole wedding, there's a cat outside. And all these people are like, who cares? But my girlfriend's like, it's amazing that we saw a cat in the country.
Yeah, take her to the cat cafe.
She would love it.
Yeah, she will love it, absolutely. When we went to Mexico, took our daughter to the Nickelodeon Resort last year, there was a stray cat outside one of the hotels or whatever, and she was transfixed by that cat.
It's like, forget all the water slides or whatever they have.
That's absolutely correct.
Cat
That's
rolling around.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, what was your favorite part? Was it meeting SpongeBob? It was probably that cat. Cool.
Awesome.
So yeah,
free.
So it was me and Gwen and Gwen's mom and our daughter at the Cat Cafe, and I'm kind of standing there. You know, she's having a great time, and you know, there happened to be because this is a ticketed thing. You got to have a time and it just so happened that the other family that was in the exact same time were people we already knew. So in a little bit of small talk there or whatever. And, of course, my daughter had a great time. It's for her. But I'm just kind of standing there with my hands in my pockets because, you know, and there's like a docent in there. There's like a young girl who's in there. I guess this place, I assumed it was all kids all the time. But it was told to me afterwards, oh, no, they only allow kids on the weekends. I go, you mean the rest of the week it's grown-ass people
Absolutely.
Hanging out with cats? Well, I guess it's an adoption thing, too. So they're trying to, you know, obviously if you're going to adopt a cat, I would think it would be for your child. But okay, fine. The rest of the week it's grown-ass adults hanging out with cats. But they have like this teenage girl in there. It couldn't have been nicer. But she's kind of there to tell you about the cats because, as I said, this is an adoption situation. They're hoping to, get these cats to a good home. But a lot of them, they're like, oh, that cat doesn't like to play too much, they like to be petted, whatever. Because as you know, and I don't have to tell you this, pets reflect the personality of the owner. I have a dog. I'm not a cat person. Dog owners they're very succinct about their animal, right? They'll be like, how's your dog? He's smart, or he's dumb, or he's fun, or he's chill, or whatever. Cat owners, because they reflect the owner's personality, they want to give you a tirade about that cat. Oh, and this girl's telling us all about these various cats, right? Ascribing personality traits to them that you couldn't possibly ascribe to an animal. But they have to make them seem interesting and cute and whatever, and they all look the same. But, they're trying to get homes for these. So they're like, oh, this is, the names run the gamut, right? This is Fettuccine, this is Deborah. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason. The names are the best part. You go, oh, what's this one's name? Oh, that's Frank, Oh, she prefers a night in with friends. She's a diehard DC Defenders fan. Things you can't possibly. She likes to keep a low profile so she can focus on the moment. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? She's always up for a bar crawl, things like that. So, but my daughter loved it, and that was the important part. But again, if karma were a thing, it would have been wearing my face yesterday. Place in Tremont.
I almost hit a picture to the group chat like this afternoon. I drove past the pothole, the infamous pothole that caused me to have a blowout the other day. Now, I wanted to drive past it just to see, what they had done with it. It has a cute little cone over it.
Oh, okay.
Just a cute little cone. I'm like, oh, that's great. At least you're alerting people where it is so they can try and get into another lane or something. But yeah, I thought that was funny.
Well, did it make you feel good that perhaps you mentioning it publicly drew their attention to it?
I don't think that worked. I think other people also ran it over. And many people complained. So
yeah, but who would they complain to? I mean, you mentioning it publicly is one thing. All those people have at their disposal is writing their alderman or whatever.
I was going to say, people are more resourceful than I. They probably know the proper context. Me, it happened on my way home from work. So
there's ways to report potholes. Like you can go online and just Google report a pothole.
866 pothole.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm sure they're so busy. But that one was a big one. That was a big pothole.
Well, I've seen it in other cities, and I have to think somebody's doing it in Cleveland, where a lot of people will call attention to a pothole by drawing a giant penis around it in spray paint. And, of course, everybody poo-poos that. But it's like, well, then get in there, homie, and fix the thing, There's, some people turn it into art projects. The more creative-minded among us, you'll see somebody, oh, they filled the pothole with Jell-O, or, whatever. That might at least give you a little bit of bounce, So you replaced your tire,
that's some strong
Jell-O. I did that.
Probably have to use like ballistics Jell-O.
But it's sub-zero temperatures out. I mean, we've all made Jell-O where we put too much gelatin in it, and it is very.
Made Jell-O.
You've never made Jell-O?
No.
Well, then take my word for it. If you put way too much gelatin, if the gelatin to water ratio is a certain way, you can make bulletproof Jell-O.
Okay.
You'll never get a spoon into it, let alone anything else. But Jell-O's, Bill, I'll tell you what. Let me plan your next weekend, okay?
All right.
You take your girlfriend to the Cat Cafe. The two of you make Jell-O. Fun to make, even more fun to eat. How's that sound for a weekend? Well, listen.
I mean,
the only problem
had some
you'll
fun weekends recently, so this is going to be.
Well, I didn't say I was going to take the cake, but the only decision you'll have to make is what flavor. I'd go black cherry, but you decide what you want to do. Jell-O, you've never made Jell-O.
I've eaten it. I've just never been the person that has made it.
Not even for your kids. Never made Jell-O. Never made Jell-O popsicles for your kids.
Jell-O popsicles. Never even had a Jell-O popsicle. If they ever wanted Jell-O, I just buy like the Jell-O packs that was already made.
The little cups.
Little
cups. I
cups.
got you.
That was the way to go. But they were really. I don't think they really liked Jell-O anyway, so it wasn't that popular of a snack.
Crisis averted.
Yeah.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text to us, 35192 is where I'll see those. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave us messages there, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
the world. Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios.
This is The Buzzard.
Serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$1973. Cool. Hey, if you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007 and text 35192.
Some owners of McDonald's franchises are reportedly concerned about a campaign partnership with Cardi B, especially the ad where they claim their burgers have a wet-ass patty.
Oh, boy, that hit me the right way.
That's
McDonald's had got the Cardi B and Offset meal. When you drive through McDonald's now, they have a lot of these partnerships. Primarily urban artists, black artists, what McDonald's is going for with these. They did the Travis Scott thing. I think they pulled that with the quickness after the whole thing. What was his show called? Sunspot, or where all those people died? Travis Scott. Anyway,
I just talked about this morning. Man, I can't remember what the festival was called.
Travis Scott. They did a collaboration with him a few years ago. They hadn't done it for a long, long time. 30 years ago, they did like a Jordan meal or something when Michael Jordan was the biggest thing on the planet. They did a collaboration with Michael Jordan, and they hadn't done it for a long, long time. So they started doing it again. And they did Travis Scott. They have, again, a lot of artists that some people might not be familiar with. They did a Saweetie meal. BTS, for people who like K-pop, they did one of those. Currently, if you pull into a McDonald's, you'll see they're offering the Cardi B and Offset meal. Now, I don't know what that is. I don't know what's included in it. I haven't asked. Anytime we go through McDonald's, the only thing my daughter wants is a plain hamburger. So I don't know what this meal is, but apparently there are a lot of franchisees who aren't too keen on Cardi B, I guess. I don't know why. I mean, she's super hot. I think that maybe they need to position this in a different way, I wonder if there are any people who know who Offset is, but have no idea who Cardi B is. And I think that's the niche audience that maybe you should be looking for. Offset is a dude from, where's he from? Migos? Poundcake? Yeah. Migos, right? And but that's his wife, Cardi B.
Hell, they were married, and then they were getting divorced, and then they were married again. So,
well, they keep having kids. So I think he was like, let's just hang out and see if Yeah,
he had that stupid festival, Astro World.
That's what it was.
That's the Travis Scott festival.
Yeah, he had Astro World, and then the Saweetie meal is Saweetee, I think, Saweetie. And I don't know.
They're doing a cupcake meal. These are all rappers.
But the thing is, I understand they're trying to get promo for these artists, but people have to actually have an interest in looking up the artist, because Cardi B and Offset, people know who they are. Travis Scott, people know who he is. But I didn't know who Saweetie was before the
Because you don't
meal.
listen to the show. I got you on Saweetie 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I told you guys, don't sleep on Saweetie. Everybody was talking about, who were they talking about?
Lizzo?
They were talking about Lizzo. They were talking about Nicki Minaj.
Doja
I said,
Cat.
Saweetie. And Poundcake doesn't listen to the show. So he didn't take my advice.
I still slept on Saweetie, though.
But again, there are lots of people who know who that is.
Should have taken your advice. I went to a wedding this weekend where I would have known a lot more songs if I had listened to you.
They were all Saweetie songs?
It was Mike Paramore's wedding.
Mike Paramore's wedding. So, Black Wedding. And I was...
But you weren't flying solo, were you?
No. It was me, and I brought my girlfriend. Yep. And then I was there with Brian Kenny and his wife. And Cody Cooper was there. And everything was good. It was a great wedding. Beautiful wedding.
This was out in Denison.
Ohio. Yeah, out in Denison at this really beautiful venue. It was nice. It was a nice wedding. There's not really much to report because it was just sweet. It was just like a sweet, cute wedding. and we stayed the night at a hotel not far by. We went to a bar afterwards called Shenanigans, which is always fun to do. Find a bar named Shenanigans, you got to go to that bar. And then went swimming.
You can't stop there. You have to go to the bar, but then what do you have to do?
Put some crazy crap on the wall?
You got to have some shenanigans.
Oh, we did have some shenanigans.
Yeah.
We played some cardboard crack.
Oh, you lottery tickets?
Yeah. And then we,
all right.
I love you call it that, cardboard crack.
We didn't win anything, and then we went back to the hotel and went swimming. We happened to be staying at the same hotel that Brian Kenny and his wife were staying at, so that worked out nice because we were all able to hang out for a little while. But there were people, there was 7 or 8 people in the hot tub, and I don't go in public hot tubs anymore, so I was fine with it. I was like, fine, I'll chance it with the pool, not going in the hot tub.
You will not go in. I fully understand if there's
nice
8 people
hotel?
in there, but you
There's a
won't.
Comfort Inn.
You won't go into a hot tub if you're the only one in it, or you won't go in any public hot tub.
I think I'm going to just stay out of public hot tubs.
Yeah.
And it was what Brian Kenny called when a bunch of white trash is in a hot tub, he calls that Pittsburgh soup.
Well, yeah, because we don't have that around here. Listen, it is like a human frap, and what's more awkward is when you'll be the only one in a hotel hot tub, and other people get in, and you don't like the look of them, and then you have to wait to figure out how long until you get out.
Well, that was
because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out. But I don't want them to think that I'm getting out because of them, even though that's what I'm doing.
That was my scenario the last time I was in a hot tub when I got real sick from it. 3 people came in not swimsuits. 2 of them were children. And I was just like, all right, I'm out of here. I didn't wait long at all. I was just like, this is weird. Because they were... Especially the mom was just wearing a T-shirt and her boobs were just all jubbling around and she wasn't a young mom. It was weird.
Yeah, also, I don't know that I would get into a hotel hot tub with people already in it. I think usually if I'm the only one in it, I'm okay there. But if there were other people in it, I don't think I'd get in. But to your point, those things aren't huge.
I mean, there's
7 or 8 people.
It was a decent size, but it was like shoulder to shoulder in there. And I was like, no way. I get in there where my feet are touching other feet, my shoulders are touching other shoulders.
Because they probably all know each other. And you don't know any of them.
I don't think I think they were making friends. I think they were having some drinks and making friends with other people in the hotel because it was kind of changing. There were some people that were in there and then the others left and new ones came in. And I was just like, I'm not worried about the hot tub. Pool's good enough for me. But it was a fun wedding, and Mike Paramore and Jen, congratulations! Happy for you guys. He wrote his own vows, and
were they funny?
No, they were really sweet. But he started crying while he was reading them, and then he got all embarrassed about it. He's like, "My voice has never sounded like this. I didn't know it could sound like this." And that was a sweet moment. And he got married by this black preacher that was very big guy and wearing sunglasses and slick back hair. I loved it. It was a whole vibe, as they say.
And everybody had fun.
It was a blast. Yeah. Mike and Jen are just great people. And they had this 360 photo booth where they put a camera on it and then goes around in a circle and you dance. And I got some video of that. Nothing crazy to report, though. We smoked a joint with the bride's dad. That was funny.
Mm-hmm.
He just came over and he's like, that smells good. And we're like, you want to hit it? And he's like, absolutely. Because he was in from New Jersey. So I was I was afraid to travel with it. So I'm like, we got you. So we had a good time.
Smoke weed every day.
And you guys were, everybody got along. Everybody was having fun.
Yeah.
Shenanigans.
There was shenanigans. There was, pretty fun. But it's also a wedding where the people getting married were in their 40s. So at 8:30, everybody's like, all right.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It wasn't a late night affair.
Okay. Well, yeah, because there's a lot of family and things like that. Somebody's got to, push Nana Grace back to the hotel or whatever. But I think if you're going to go to a wedding, you got to be ready to party.
Majority of the people there were black people in the country. So they're like, all right, sun's going down. We need to get to someplace where we feel better than being just in the country.
Dan says, I refer to hot tubs as pots of anus juice.
That's not a bad way of referring to them. I'm
Well,
done with public hot tubs.
Not only that, but they have to shock those with so much chlorine that your eyes immediately start to water as soon as
Right.
you get in. And that really does cut down on the relaxing part of the hot tub
Yeah.
when your eyes are on fire because, hey, Ted.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
All right. All I want to bring up is a little bit ago you brought up, a lot of people aren't too keen on Cardi B, but she personally admitted to drugging, robbing, and raping dudes when she was a stripper. So that's probably why people aren't too keen on her, I would say.
Yeah, you texted me that.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I didn't know if it was going to get brought up,
Ted really wanted people to know. Yeah, well, that's not what they said. That's not what they said. That's not what they said they had a problem with. They said they had a problem with her.
They may not have said that, but shit, man. Oh, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, she's able to skate on that stuff because she's like,
they didn't like her lyrics. Yeah.
I think that movie Hustlers was based on her experiences. I think that's why they put her in it. I think that she
Did he say she admitted to raping men?
Yes, he said that.
Is that a Cardi B?
I don't think.
Is that part of the lore?
I think it was the opposite.
The drugging and the robbing, I get. But
then I don't think you're
raping
raping them.
I think it was the other way around, and that was her way of
revenge. Yeah.
Maybe revenge. Or
well, she would rob them because
she'd have sex with them, they'd fall asleep, and then she'd take their money. That's all in the public record. I mean, she was talking on talk shows about that once she got pretty big. But listen, I don't understand. And again, these are the franchisees, right? The execs, they don't give a fat frog's ass because they go, we're making a ton of money on these collabs, making a ton of money. The franchisees do have some leeway on what they will and won't do. And they said that 65% of U.S. franchisees don't care. They didn't care for the Travis Scott collab, and they're not big on the Cardi B thing. But that's all part of the public record. So it's like you know what someone's done when you said, we're going to put your face on a hamburger or on a bag of Coke. They sell Cokes in bags over there, don't they?
I don't know if it's in a bag
of
but
Coke?
They do have Coke, yeah.
I mean, when we've been overseas, you get milk in a bag. When are they going to start selling? Yeah, bags of milk. Canada, too.
Bags of milk.
They're trying to get them to do it down here, but Americans have a real hard time getting their head around a bag of milk. And people go, well, it would be kind of more sustainable and it's more, blah, blah, blah. And people down here somehow can't get their heads around that. They go, milk comes in cardboard or glass, and I won't hear another thing about it.
Yeah, where will we put it, though? I don't have room for a bag in my fridge. So
it's a tiny bag of milk. It's like school kids get them. It's like a Capri Sun.
Oh.
If kids can drink Capri Suns, why can't we drink milk out of bags?
But that's just a waste. Because
it's not more of a waste than a big cardboard gallon or a big plastic jug.
But that means you're going to have multiple little bags of plastic or whatever it's going to be, and then there's going to be a box or something.
Yeah, but it's like biodegradable material is the point.
Okay.
But they can't. Trust me. There's nobody in this country that's got a problem with it because they don't think it's environmental enough. It's because they can't get their heads around it. You go to Canada and you order milk, it comes in bags. You go, let me get a bag of 2%. They've been doing that for 60 years.
My high school had that.
It's cheaper too.
I went to Highland High School for 1 year, and they had milk in bags, and it was fine.
Well, all I'm saying is
it felt like we were in Canada, but
they should.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
It
felt safe.
It felt safe, yeah. Well, over the years there have been a couple of convenience store chains that have tried it. Growing up in Illinois, we would go to Wisconsin pretty frequently, and there was a chain of convenience stores called Quick Trip. I don't know if they're around anymore. They had them in like Michigan and Minnesota, like upper Midwest. You'd find Quick Trips. And I don't know if they're around anymore, but they would sell milk in bags. And maybe it's because they were, what does Poundcake say geographically? They were up? Maybe because those states were up?
Yeah.
I don't
toward
even
Canada that they, did that, but that's what you said, right? That you didn't want to go up?
They're up higher.
They're up higher.
They're up higher on the map.
Right, because those states are up higher. Maybe they thought that the altitude wouldn't affect the bags of milk so much. But they, I guess McDonald's is having some issues with their franchisees over there's a grandpa, by the way, in Nashville. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in Nashville. Sounds like a young grandpa, but it is Tennessee. That he is going to lose weight by eating McDonald's and only McDonald's for 100 days.
So I woke up this morning and I weighed in at 238 pounds, and I decided that is absolutely unacceptable. So I drove down to McDonald's. I know some of you are thinking that might be crazy, but I'm going to eat nothing but McDonald's for the next 100 days. But instead of eating everything they give me, I'm going to go ahead and cut the meals in half, just to kind of prove to myself and maybe some of the other people watching that it's not as much what you're eating, it's the quantity that we're eating that really jacks us up.
Mm-hmm. So he's throwing that out there like that's some big epiphany or whatever. But what a great way to say, I only want to eat McDonald's. What a great way. Say, here's what I'm going to do, guys. Here's the hook. I'm going to eat less. People go, oh, my God, how did nobody think of this?
I broke my own rule yesterday having a first...
You had sex with a woman?
That's not a rule. It's more of like, just kind of a suggestion on his part.
I had a first date at McDonald's.
Oh, really?
You did?
Accidentally. It was a spur of the moment thing.
Accidentally?
So I was going to get my tire put on. Went to go get a new tire, and while they were doing that, there was like a line. So across the street from where I was getting my tire fixed, there was a McDonald's. So I was like, I'll just go over there and wait. And I had time to kill, so I order my little Shamrock Shake and my Big Mac, and then I get the talking on Facebook dating. And there was a guy that lived right around the way. I was like, well, there's a public place. He's not going to kidnap me. There's cameras here.
Oh, that works fast.
So
in real time, he goes, I'm just kicking it here at the McDonald's if you want to come around the corner and meet me.
Yeah, I was there for like a couple hours.
Wow.
So I was like, if you want to come up and meet me, then we can chill here. And that's what we did.
And how was that? Was it fine? Did you order food for him?
No,
Did you buy him some food?
He bought everything himself. I had already eaten by the time he got there.
You had already had a Shamrock Shake?
Yeah. So
And a Big Mac.
And a Big Mac.
Oh, you had a Shamrock Shake and a Big Mac?
Yeah.
Oh, must have missed it.
And so we just talked and we hit it off, and so it might be something, it might not, but first date.
What an interesting little meet cute.
That is, I like that.
We met on Facebook, but he was round the way and came through. And
met on Facebook, then went to the Facebook of restaurants.
Real talk. And it was the first time me ordering inside of the building on a kiosk. I didn't, there was no register required. I ordered on the kiosk, and they brought it right to my table.
Oh, yeah, they don't even want to talk to people anymore. They're like, go over there and do it. You're like, but I can see you behind the counter. I don't care. Yeah. Don't approach me.
I don't mind that order at the kiosk and they bring it to you, though. That's nice.
It was weird, because I haven't gone inside of a McDonald's. I don't know how long. And then my first instinct, because of, just years past, me walking up to the register, and they're like, please don't bother us. Please order on a kiosk. Literally, there's a sign please order at the kiosk.
Yes.
No, this register is now closed. I'm like, damn. So I'm trying to navigate this.
And I don't know that they're ever open. A lot of these places, they're like, food is outgoing only, all right? We're just here to give you the food. We don't want to take the order. We don't want to. That's the first step towards them having no humans behind the counter.
Yep.
Have like an automat. We went to I got a break. That's what's called a tease.
Yeah.
All right, let me break here. If you want to text for something, 35192. You can watch if you like at alancoxshow.com if you dare. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text? We're going to be premiering our brand new metal show here on The Buzzard on Saturday night. For the people who've been inquiring. It's going to be, it's called 2 hours to midnight. It is 10 o'clock to midnight on Saturdays with yours truly. Corey Roddick and Pat Butler are going to be with me as well. And it's going to be 2 hours of nothing but metal. So I'm taking suggestions from people. I've heard from a lot of local bands. If I like your stuff, I'll play it. That's as diplomatic as I can get. But it's going to be this Saturday night. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Are there going to be any local bands featured this week?
Probably not week one.
Yeah.
Because I've gotten a handful that I'm going to go through. A few of them have been awful. And so I'm not going to...
Can we play those ones on this show?
No, because I don't want to make anybody feel bad. I want everybody to follow their bliss creatively and do whatever. But there is an email address. If you have something you'd like us to play, if you have something local that you'd like to enjoy, that email address is to h2m@wmms.com. And those will come to me. We got a Facebook page that's going to be up soon. But it's going to be me and Corey and Pat, and we're very much looking forward to it. So this Saturday night, 2 hours to midnight, 10 o'clock, here on WMMS. The return of the metal. Because we the three of us have kind of different things that we dig. Mm-hmm. So between the three of us, I think we're really going to kind of cover the spectrum. But as we get our feet wet with this show, and as the weeks go on, we'll kind of figure out, how we really want it to sound, and you guys will tell us, too, how you want it to sound. But that's this Saturday night. Your Cleveland Cavaliers did what they were supposed to do and beat the Detroit Pistons the other night by a pretty sizable margin. Well, I should say they do what every other team does and beat the Detroit Pistons. 114-90 was the final here at home on Saturday. They're still here. They're going to play the Celtics. They just lost to them in Boston by a much narrower margin. So they get another crack at them tonight. 7 o'clock tonight here on MMS. Celtics Cavs over at the Romo Fijo. When we roll out at 6:30, that's when your Cavs pregame will begin if you want to get tip to taint on the Cavs game tonight. And remember, use a promo code Shamrock. Is it Shamrock?
It's Shamrock.
Shamrock.
I've been sending the message a lot. A lot of people hit me up. What's the promo code?
At CLE Clothing Company. If you want to shop online, we've got, I don't know if those Buzzard St. Patty's Day t-shirts are sold out. They are online only.
I think most sizes are, but I think there might be a few left.
Okay. Well, let's see if you're a small or a double XL. Maybe you'll be in luck. But go to their website or just one of their stores. You can use the promo code Shamrock all this month, and you get 20% off. I was talking about how we were talking about the kiosk at McDonald's. And they're not alone in that these kiosks are the first foray into them not having anyone behind the counter. Mm-hmm. We went to a conveyor belt sushi joint on Friday because we were out Friday because of the Guardians game. Have you been over to one of these places? To my knowledge, it's the only one of its kind so far. There's going to be somebody who's going to take that concept and do it somewhere else. It's in other cities. It's an old place that we used to get sushi all the time. It used to be called Charm Thai. It was easily one of my favorite sushi places in the air, and it was right there at Parma. And now it's another place. It's called Watami, and it is a conveyor belt sushi restaurant.
Yeah, my friend was there yesterday, actually, and said that they enjoyed the concept but didn't love the sushi.
Oh, I thought the food was great.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for what you might have expected from it, we thought it was awesome.
Okay.
And it just comes by, and all the plates have different colors, and the menu, it tells you
what the cost.
Yeah, red and yellow are raw. These are cooked. These are $2.75. These are $3.75.
Because it doesn't have a bunch on there. It's got like 3 rolls, right?
No. It's a huge menu.
Oh, it's a huge.
Yeah, huge.
No, I mean like each plate doesn't have like a ton of sushi on it.
Well, you get 3 little things.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what you normally get, I think, at some places. Some of these places where you get
for
sushi.
$2.75, that's about right for the price.
Yeah.
Because sometimes
And everybody
you
ends
order
up
sushi
with,
and it's like $12, but you're getting a giant amount of sushi for that $12.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they give you like a whole full-on roll. Yeah, I don't need that. I'd much rather
have
have
other stuff, and they
much rather have the tiny plates coming by. It was great.
So I will eat off a small plate.
Yes, I will. In a booth with my back to everyone.
Okay.
Well, because they put us towards the back, and as I was turning around to see, because we got there a little early-ish, and by the time we left, there was a line out the door. But as I turned around, the people behind us, the guy goes, "Hate the show." And I go, "Oh, hey, thanks." And I said something dumb like, "How was your conveyor sushi?" I mean, I don't know what I said. I was making small talk. And they're like, "Okay, we're getting out of here." But, yeah, no, it was great. It's dynamite. So there's got to be somebody that's going to be ready to, like, rip this off and do it somewhere else. But for what they were doing there, the chefs that were back there working overtime because they got to constantly fill the gaps in the belt. And everybody ends up with a stack, of a
plates,
dozen, of tons of plates. We ended up with like 20 plates.
Sheesh. Sushi.
Well, because they're running the desserts by.
Okay.
And they're running the drinks by. And they're running the, that kind
everything's on a conveyor belt.
Yeah, everything kind of is. Yeah. I mean, our daughter was with us, so they have like, apple juice boxes.
Mm-hmm.
You grab that and take that down. They got the little, like Japanese sodas, the little uncarbonated little peach things in the plastic. You take those down. And sometimes it's difficult to ascertain what's what because they're on plates, but they're under domes, and you're trying to kind of match it with what's on the menu. But after a while, I was like, I was like, I'll just try this.
Yeah.
I'll pull this down and,
Was there a time when you had your eye on something and you see it coming down the conveyor belt and you're just hoping it makes it past the gauntlet of other booths, and because it could get snatched up before it gets to you?
No, because we were right next to where they were preparing the food.
Okay, so you were in the prime spot.
So whatever they put on, literally, there was one booth on the other side of us. It went to them first, us second. But the conveyor runs through the entire restaurant.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're like later in it and you're just like, that's what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for a spicy Philadelphia roll, and you see it coming your way, and it keeps getting snatched by tables in front of you. Like, God.
Didn't have that problem, probably because of where we were sitting.
We
go again, and if we're seated in the middle of the restaurant, maybe I'll have a different report for you.
Yeah.
But it was it was entertaining, and it was good, and yes?
I wish I liked seafood more. Like, I never was like a sushi guy, and the people that like sushi, like, they swear by it. They're like, I can't believe you don't like sushi. And
well, I can fully believe when somebody doesn't like sushi. I think it's an acquired taste.
Yeah, never.
I'm never surprised if somebody goes, I don't like sushi. Okay, I love it.
Like, I don't like sushi. I don't like shrimp, but I do like crab and lobster, if that makes sense.
Well, you can get
and salmon.
You could get a crab roll.
Yeah, or a salmon roll, because
a salmon roll.
The salmon is like smoked salmon, so you might like that.
I was just thinking.
What about shrimp tempura, where they deep fry it and then they roll it up? Would you like that?
I don't know. It's a texture thing.
No, but it's deep fried. I figured he'd like it. Anything if they deep fry it.
I don't think I've ever had it. But I just remember that meal, that dinner we had on the beach in Jamaica, and that was the first time I had, because it was in Jamaica, I wasn't going to turn it down. They had jumbo shrimp, and I'm like, I don't really like this, but I'm not going to not try it. And it was okay. It was,
you could, in a situation like that, you could always feign an allergy.
No, but I think I would be mad at myself if I didn't try it, because I'm like, even if it's like shrimp, the way they prepare it might be different than they prepare it in the States, so I might like it. But it was still shrimp, and it still had the shrimp texture, but it was huge. I've never seen a shrimp that big before.
Plus, you don't want to get yourself painted into a corner where you come back home and you go, I'm sorry, I'm going to need the shrimp the way it was prepared to me on the beach in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Jamaican
Off
beach
with
shrimp.
you now. That's right.
Yeah, the only time I'll have a dinner better than that is if I eat at the White House, which might not ever happen.
It might not.
Wait a second. So to you, it's Jamaica Beach with a private chef, White House. That there's no.
I don't know.
That's the only conceivable step up, the White House.
I don't know what.
During the Trump White House, it was all Big Macs and chicken nuggets.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know in which, like, a scenario that I would have a meal better than that. What scenario would I have a 9-course meal
something like
on
that
the beach and each meal came with like a story, and the waiters came and like took the little silver top off in front of you.
Oh, so you mean all the pomp and
Yes,
circumstance,
everything,
not just the food.
being catered to, like the whole dinner itself. It was.
Well, maybe you'll have that. Maybe you'll be in a situation where that'll happen. You know, I've gone on many, many junkets over the course of my broadcasting career. And maybe you'll have an opportunity to do something like that again. I thought you were just talking about the quality of the food.
No,
which was dynamite. But okay. See, I'm always I'm always a little I've become a little uncomfortable with all that pomp and circumstance. I don't need that. I'm too Midwestern for that. Just, you know, you can tell me how it was made, and then I'll, you know. But the whole thing, the scimitars and the flaming torches, and you know, they want to put on a show for you, but.
It was cracking me up because I was just thinking about me and Ian were dying because, you know, we're having these big elaborate meals. We're having salmon baked in bamboo and the jumbo shrimp and whatever else we had. And then the guy comes out like, Caesar salad. He said, Caesar. I'm like, what story's behind this? It's lettuce, homie. How he gonna jazz it up? He's making a LinkedIn profile for Caesar salad. I'm like, come on, sell it. Sell it to me, homie.
But that's what they're there for, like, you know.
I wonder, did he get like the short end of the stick? Did he come to work late that day and everyone's having these, you know, incredible meals and side dishes, and he's like, Caesar salad. What is it? Is this any special? Nope. Is Caesar dressing? Are these croutons made? Nope. Just regular croutons.
These aren't made from Jamaican wheat or something, you know?
Was this
in
lettuce?
The foothills of the mountains?
I was going to say, was this lettuce grown in like one of the one of the Marley's backyards? Nope. Just regular. We got it from the store.
Just anchovy paste. Just right. Did you catch the anchovies yourself? Did you grow the romaine?
I just think back on that.
Nope. Just regular Caesar salad.
Just Caesar salad.
Yeah.
Just a Caesar salad.
But maybe when they do those kinds of dinners at that resort, maybe they each take turns being Caesar salad guy.
Maybe.
So he's like, you son of a bitch. And he goes, hey, man, be cool. Tomorrow night you get to be bamboo fried shrimp guy, and I'll be Caesar salad guy.
They probably fight.
They draw
over,
a short straw, and then they.
Yeah, they probably fight over who's gonna like. It's probably like a hazing type thing. Who's gonna get trolled in front of the Americans? So it's just like a joke they play on each other. Like, oh, you look.
I got me Caesar salad tonight.
Oh, you got me with the Caesar salad, homie. I got you.
I remember working in fine dining. You know, one of my
drum catching days.
Yeah, one of my only square jobs before showbiz was I was working in fine dining, and I had to make tableside Caesar salads. And you got to do the whole thing, right? You got to have the romaine, you got to have the parm, the croutons, but you also have to make the dressing. So I'm there with the big wooden bowl, and I've got the ingredients. And I'm really doing a show because, you know, this is it was a big thing. Tableside Caesar. And so I got the lemon juice and the egg and the garlic and the thing, and I'm mixing all of it up for the dressing. And invariably there would be, and you got to put a little flair into it too. The Worcestershire sauce and the thing, and you'd be making it, and invariably midway through, you want to talk about an old crone? Yeah. Some old crone would say, can I get it without the Worcestershire? I'm like, lady, do you know what's in Caesar dressing? But I'm bucking for tips.
Yeah.
Right? This is a white tablecloth joint.
Mm-hmm.
Moneyed clients. Of course. Let me redo it.
You know, to start over.
Yeah, I only have 24 tops other than you. You tell me ahead of time. But that was my fault because I didn't ask enough questions. This was not an era when you asked people, this was 30 plus years ago. This wasn't an era when you asked people if they had any dietary requirements.
Right.
You assumed if they had dietary requirements, they wouldn't
up.
order that, or they wouldn't order that. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't have, well, then you don't order that then, do you?
I'm excited about the new business venture that I have, which is Caesar salads, but it's on a conveyor belt. And it's just one ingredient at a time on a little plate.
You have to make your own?
And you make it, you slowly assemble a salad as all the ingredients go by.
Uh-huh.
And that way you don't have to worry about it because you know what you like. So if you don't want the Worcestershire sauce, then you don't have to put it on there.
You know, after Big Billy's Burger Buffet out there in international waters, it makes sense that you would also want to have something here stateside.
Yeah.
Something. So Bill Squire's Caesar belt, what's it going to be called? Belt O Caesar? I don't know.
Caesar's Palace. I don't think anybody's
using that. Nobody's using that. Nope.
No one's using that.
Nope. What about Orange Julius Caesar, where you're making smoothies at one end and
Ooh,
you're
I
making
like
salads at the other, right?
Yep.
There's something
Choose
there.
your side.
I think there's something really there.
Left side of the restaurant's for the Orange Julius. The other side is for Caesar salad.
That's right. It's like the cat cafe I went to.
And a knife right
in this room, it's the macchiatos. This room,
and
it's
a
the
knife
cats.
cutting right down the middle.
Yeah. So, well, listen. Maybe Poundcake will have an opportunity to do that again. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll have another show trip. Who knows? And then you can put that theory to the test.
Maybe
you can pretend to be allergic to something that you're not.
Maybe they'll troll.
You can say you have a sour tummy. You read about that plane where there's a bunch of people vomiting there.
Oh, God, no.
To Raleigh.
Is this like a chain reaction thing? Where one person started and it just, like in Stand By Me?
I think a lot of these, listen, all these headlines are clickbait, but when they say plane full of vomiting passengers, and then they say like 3 or 4 people puked.
Still a lot of people puke on a flight.
And if only one person pukes on a flight, the whole plane smells it. That permeates very quickly. So you have 3 or 4, you're right, that is more than enough. Baltimore to Raleigh, a Southwest flight. This is not a long flight. Baltimore to Raleigh. It's like as soon as you get to cruising altitude, they're like, all right, we're going to begin our descent. Turned into a 9-hour nightmare involving vomiting passengers and an abandoned airport. The flight was supposed to take around 75 minutes. They ran low on fuel and hit really bad weather near Raleigh. And as they began their descent, the whole thing started shaking. People thought the plane was coming apart.
Ooh.
One woman said that 3 people near them began to vomit. Now, they're doing this in bags. It's not like anybody seen Triangle of Sadness.
You can vomit in a bag, but you can't drink milk out of a bag.
I think now we know why. If you've seen the movie Triangle of Sadness, there's quite an extended sequence where there's a bunch of people, rich people, vomiting on a cruise. So one like that, but a bunch of people around them were puking. Another person passed out. People were having panic attacks. That's got to be fun. The landing was aborted at about 1,300 feet. It's the only kind of abortion that they will allow in North Carolina. It was redirected to Myrtle Beach, and then they were held on the plane for 2 hours. So then you're sitting there for 2 hours on a plane where multiple people have vomited, and then they let them off the plane, and they had to sit in the terminal, which was closed, for another 4 hours. And they said we couldn't go anywhere because they wouldn't give us our luggage. Oh, air travel. It just gets better and better, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. I mean, these are the kind of stories that make the news, but there are thousands of flights every single day. So obviously these are the ones that are going to get the attention. One passenger said that a group of guys found a bar in the terminal and went behind it and just started pouring themselves drinks because there was no security.
There you go.
Then an empty plane showed up around 1 a.m. and flew them all to Raleigh, which was their intended destination. But yeah, boy, you get on there, and you never know what's going to... I can't believe, given everything else was going on, I can't believe there at least wasn't one TikTok video of some woman screaming and crying and running up and down, tearing her clothes off. That's usually what happens before any of the vomiting or the panic attacks. That seems to be almost more common. You're going to have 1 or 2 people freaking the F out.
See, that's one of the pros actually wearing a mask on a plane. Like if someone was to vomit, you can't smell anything. Like you smell your own breath. You don't smell anybody else's.
It smells like my breath and puke in here. What's going on?
Yeah,
you hope you don't smell
sound. Yeah, you still might get a smell, and you like just the sound of it might
be prepared. Have earbuds. People travel with earbuds anyways, and then if you have the mask on, you're immune to everything. Sit in the back and mind your business.
I used to be very sensitive to puking, and I've gotten over that over the years. But it was at one point like where if there was a puke happening around me,
oh, you're one of those guys.
I was.
You're like, don't puke.
Yeah.
Please don't puke.
Yeah, I'm fine now though.
How'd you get over it?
I don't even know. It was something that, like, when I was probably like 11 or 12, I remember my sister being sick when we were on vacation. Every time we went on vacation, somebody got sick. And I was just hearing it and puking, and like had a few other incidents like that over the years, but not a problem anymore. So I don't know how I got over it. it doesn't happen.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, I think I've got a good name for Bill's restaurant. Since it's a Caesar salad centric, Vini Vidi Veggie.
We came, we saw, we filled our
got
bellies. Yes.
I love it.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty
Thank
good.
you, Randy. I appreciate the. Alan, did you have the 2-foot wooden pepper grinder too? Yes, I did. Fresh pepper. There you go. If only I had had Poundcake's one sound effect. That would have come in handy back then. Fresh pepper. Yes, please. Say when.
Okay, do it.
That's exactly what it was. Bill's searching Caesar.
Ooh.
I mean, what's the searching, though?
And you're searching through the conveyor belt for the
yeah.
right ingredients.
The conveyor belt.
The conveyor belt,
says,
yes.
I believe. Yes. Alan, I'm an airline pilot. My record is 6 pukers on one flight.
Good job.
Wow. A record. That's his or her personal record. All right, I have to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, I'll have Weezer tickets for you. I want to go see Weezer. They're doing Blossom this summer. They're going to do June 16th out of Blossom. So I get you a couple of tickets for that coming back. 35192 to text for anything else.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
From groundbreaking originals to best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession at Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios.
This is The Buzzard.
Serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Weezer. They are headed out on the Something Something tour with a revolving door of support acts coming with them. Opening bands here in Cleveland will get Modest Mouse and Mama, if you dig any of them. They're going to play Friday, June 16th, out at Blossom. You can go to livenation.com. If you want to buy tickets, that's where you'd get them. If you want to win them, be caller 10. 2 for Weezer here for you. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He was placed in an escape pod moments before his home planet was destroyed by the devourer of worlds. On Earth, he is a god among men with superhuman powers. I don't know, at least that's what his will says.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Metallica covers up Thin Lizzy of the Buzzard. Whiskey in the Jar, an old, boy, that song could be older. Old song, right? Metallica redoes it. Everybody loves the song. Got to go back to Thin Lizzy for the early 70s, maybe earlier than that for the, I don't know who did that song initially. Who did Whiskey in the Jar first, Bill? You know.
Wasn't Thin Lizzy?
No, one Thin Lizzy. It's an old song, like an old Irish tradition of the song. And those are my people, since I found out, you know. Probably everybody's covered that song. Highwaymen did it. Dubliners did it. Well, whatever. Whiskey Fungus would be a great name for a band, too. And I don't know why this is news, because I would think that this would happen all the time in areas of the country that produce a lot of whiskey. But people in Tennessee, where we do have a lot of bureau chiefs, people in Tennessee are complaining about the Jack Daniels facilities covering everything in what's called whiskey fungus. This is when ethanol vapors come out of the barrel houses and they kind of aerosolize, and then it lands on everything that isn't covered. That Jack Daniels whiskey out there in Lincoln County, Tennessee, it's where it's aged, it's where it's stored, and people who live in this area are fed up because they said all of their foliage, everything's covered with whiskey fungus. It'll cover entire pieces of shrubbery and trees.
It's not like Jack Daniels
strangle the.
Just started making whiskey yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how does this not happen all the time?
Yeah.
I mean, you go through Tennessee. You know, my brother-in-law got married years ago. We went to Pigeon Forge. And, I mean, any part of the country where, you know, in Tennessee, every 10 feet, there's a place making their own whiskey. You know, they have, like, trailers on the side of the road. Come on in for a whiskey tasting. And, of course, you go in there and you stumble back out. So the ethanol evaporates in the whiskey-making process. And they said anything that doesn't move is covered in black fungus. One guy said he spent thousands of dollars.
Well, now we know why they're mad about it.
Because it's black fungus. Spent thousands of dollars trying to clean the fungus from his property. Maybe they're new to town. I mean, you think that anybody living near the Jack Daniels warehouse would be well aware of. And again, this is one of those things where, you know, you live in this place, you probably work for Jack Daniels. You just got to kind of put up with it. And these companies, anything that's going to cost them extra money, they go, well, do you have a plan to, like, filter out? Yeah, we'll figure it out. Anything that's going to cost money, they're not going to do. So now these people are trying to order.
Until they have to.
Trying to ask for an injunction for, like, a new facility's construction to be stopped or whatever. That ain't going to happen. Jack Daniels got a lot of money.
Jack Daniels runs that town.
When I moved here 30 years ago, Gary Willer said, I washed my house once a year. Now I wash my house 4 to 5 times a year. I just washed it 2 months ago and it needs it again. I can't live like this anymore, is what the guy said. So that would imply that it's gotten worse over the last 30 years. Well, I guess so. They say that the ethanol vapor doesn't cause physical harm to people, but if this is what's landing on trees, I mean...
Doesn't look good.
Right, but I mean, anybody who's ever lived near a distillery, there's...
People are in East Palestine like, yeah,
hello!
you don't really got problems down there with your whiskey fungus, all right? Calm down.
Is
Could be
whiskey
worse.
fungus making your husband sound like Mickey Mouse? Because that's what's happening with my husband. So, you know. I don't know what the nearest distillery is in Northeast Ohio where anybody might be subject to fungi of that nature. But, you know, it would suck if you came out and your house has got, like, soot on it on your car or whatever. Of course, people in Louisville, Kentucky have that same problem because, well, they've got a lot of distilleries there, too. But anyway, long story short, Whiskey Fungus is a great name. If you're starting out a band, let's say you wanted to submit something for our new metal show here at MMS, which premieres this Saturday night at 10 o'clock. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And if you're a fan of metal, oh, you'll love it.
Excited for the premiere.
Excited.
Listen, I got nothing going on Saturday.
It was supposed to start last Saturday, but there was a Cavs game. And so I'm sure that'll happen occasionally, too, during the summer. We might get... preempted by a Guardians game, late Guardians game or something. But for the most part...
Maybe a Cavs playoff game.
Hey!
We'll see.
Listen, if we have to be preempted for anything, I guess it's okay if it's a Cavs playoff game. I think 2 hours of heavy metal on a Saturday night is more important. It brings more money into the community.
Yeah, sure.
But what are you going to do? I did get a letter from... who did I get a letter from? Greg, who's our bureau chief in Collinsville, Illinois. That's part of the St. Louis metropolitan area. He's like, you guys were talking about, basically he was saying, no matter how bad the Browns are, the city needs to bend over and grab ankle to keep them.
Well, they're
because
going to, yeah.
He was talking about when the Rams left St. Louis. And people would pay, 1% of their income to the city of St. Louis. And Greg's like, that doesn't mean much to me. All the teams pay 1% too to the city of St. Louis. So if a team moves, the city loses out on millions of dollars. He's like, the area around the dome has gone to crap since the Rams left. Of course, the Rams relocated back to Los Angeles. But I think the Rams I was on in St. Louis for a number of years, but I think the Rams were already gone by then, or they were in process of leaving or something.
I think they were still there when you were on
Were
in
they?
St. Louis, yeah. It was just
Weren't they the Cleveland Rams initially?
Yeah, I think they were the Cleveland Rams, and then they went to St. Louis, and then did they go Cleveland to L.A., to St. Louis, back to L.A.?
Cleveland Rams in 1936. They won the 1945 NFL championship game. I guess that's a precursor to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
So we do have a Super Bowl under our belt.
Well, the
1945. The Browns.
The Browns won several NFL championships, but then when it became the Super Bowl, they never won one of those.
The St. Louis Rams, I forget how long they were in St. Louis. They were there for 20 years. So they left in 2015. Oh, yeah, so I was still on in St. Louis when they left and went back to Los Angeles. Hey, Mike, hello.
Hello, Alan.
Hello. What's going on?
I was calling in with a fun plane puking story for you.
Hey, fun plane puking
please,
story.
no.
This is my favorite kind.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Long story short, I was taking a red-eye from San Francisco back to Cleveland. I had a job interview for the day.
And the only thing I ate all day was I went to In-N-Out Burger. So first time at In-N-Out Burger, it was okay, whatever, not anything great. Driving back to SFO, by the time I get there, like my stomach's rumbling a little bit, but I'm like, oh, it's probably just because I just ate. I go through security. I'm at the gate, and I'm like not feeling well. I'm like pale. I'm sweating. Go to the bathroom. Nothing's going on, right? But I just don't feel well at all. So the plane's boarding, and I'm like, I got to make a judgment call. Am I going on this flight or not, or am I staying in San Francisco? So I'm like, screw it. I'll go on the flight. I just want to get home. So I sit down in my seat. Within 5 minutes of sitting in my seat, I had to get up, and I'm like begging the stewardess. I'm like, I got to use the bathroom. Go in there. I puke up all of my In-N-Out burger. I'm in there for a good 10 minutes. Things are just coming out, and then I get done, and I'm like, oh, I feel great, right? So I get out. Stewardess is like, oh, do you want a ginger ale? She's like, are you feeling better? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, In-N-Out burger was terrible. So I'm sitting in my seat, sipping on a ginger ale. Flight takes off, and I pass out. Next thing you know, I wake up. I'm in my seat, and there's people in the aisles. Everyone's just staring at me, and I'm so confused, right? I'm just like in a daze. And basically, there's vomit in front of my seat. There's vomit all over me, and everyone is just shocked, right? They're just staring at me. There's people coming in. You hear the PA is there a doctor on board, kind of a thing. And the flight attendants are like, are you okay? Do we got to turn this flight around? And I'm like, no, get me back to Cleveland, So yeah, that was it. Basically, I got food poisoning from In-N-Out Burger. Spent the entire red-eye flight from San Francisco back to Cleveland, vomiting in a garbage bag. And luckily, there was actually a nurse on the flight who sat next to me and was just cold compressing my neck and my forehead the entire time.
You sleep puked.
Yeah. Shout out to the nurses, man. They are so underpaid and so underappreciated.
Yeah, I projectile vomited all over the place in my sleep. So
did they great flight. And that didn't wake you up?
No, they literally woke me up. I was I was out, dude. I truly was I've never felt worse in my entire life. So funny story is I actually had a connecting flight in O'Hare. So by the time I was getting off at the O'Hare flight, there was an entire hazmat team waiting on the on
the tarmac. Yeah.
You're that guy.
Yeah, right there by the little terminal thing. And I'm literally covered in vomit. So I was so embarrassed. I had my carry-on bag I just held in front of me, and then I ran to a bathroom, tried to change, and then had to sprint to my next flight under the whatever that gate, or how in O'Hare you have to go under the tunnel.
Yes.
So I'm literally sprinting under the tunnel, holding my bag, sweating profusely, getting my flight to Cleveland. And the entire time I'm on that flight, I'm just gripping both sides of the armrest, just telling myself not to vomit.
No.
So, yeah, for the entire day, I was literally 24 hours of just vomiting. And then by the time I got home, the best part is diarrhea kicked in.
Yeah.
So it was just diarrhea all day.
It was in and out and then mostly out.
It's In-N-Out burger.
So,
it's not in and staying in.
Did you have too much?
Yeah.
Was it a double-double? What did you eat?
It was the double-double and the fries, yeah.
That's it. There's too much double-double sauce on there. Oh, God.
Yeah, double-double and double out. So,
Did you get any, I would imagine, so you didn't get down the road any kind of cleaning bill from the airline or anything? Hey, you puked all over the little screen on the seat in front of you or anything like that?
Shockingly, no. And I am a frequent flyer, so they didn't ding me for anything. I did get the nurse's contact information. I ended up sending her a gift card and flowers.
Oh, that's nice.
She was old. She
Yeah.
She did take care of me, and I felt bad. But it was absolutely I was telling people after I landed, I have broken bones or whatever. I would rather break a leg or an arm rather than go through that again, because the nausea was so bad that it was just the absolute worst feeling I've ever been through. Just absolutely awful.
I remember it wasn't food poisoning, but Erica coming back from the first time that we went to Dublin.
Yeah.
And she was so unbelievably hungover that it was just she could barely stay vertical, and the double. Oh, Mike,
Yep.
But you live to tell the tale, and you'll never eat In-N-Out Burger again.
Never. Honestly, it's overrated. I don't understand the attraction to it. It's like a McDonald's burger. It's just very overrated.
I will agree with that. I'm more of a fat burger man myself, but In-N-Out.
It's because they're not over here. I don't like a Jack in the Box. A Jack in the Box tastes just like Wendy's, but because they're not here, I was compelled to try it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate your candor. And I guess he's lucky that the diarrhea held off as long as it did, because it would have been as bad as that was.
Puker, diarrhea puker, that's
on a plane.
Yeah, that's not.
You
good.
think that you're projectile vomiting in your sleep. Imagine it's also filling your seat. And then those poor people on that flight. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Alan, how's it going?
How are you, man?
Good, thanks. My wife, who's a nurse practitioner, and I were on a flight to Florida with our kids. And the flight attendant comes on and says, "We need medical assistance in the back of the plane. Anybody who's a nurse or doctor, please come right away." And my wife goes back there, spends 20, 40 minutes back there, comes back and tells me that the woman in the back of the plane had puked all over herself.
Mm-hmm.
And she was back there with a woman who was a family practitioner. The woman that puked all over herself spoke Spanish. My wife didn't. The family practitioner did. Come to find out that she hadn't taken all her blood pressure medicine and was having reaction to that. And my wife was able to talk to the pilot and say, she's stable, we can land in the final destination and not have to divert as an emergency.
And so it wasn't, she was like I don't know, she wasn't transporting anything she shouldn't have been transporting, I guess. So your wife saved this woman.
My wife and this woman, the other one was a doctor. My wife's a nurse practitioner who worked in an emergency room for years and medical intensive care unit. Was able to assess the situation quickly and get the pilot to agree to fly to the final destination.
Yeah.
So
was there did she receive a round of applause, Jeff?
No, it was kind of on the down low. She didn't want anything to do with it. You know, it's like what she does. You know, it's there was another situation that happened too long ago that you got to get involved to help somebody out.
Right. All right. Well, good. All right.
Kudos to the medical staff.
That's what Poundcake says. Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
Yep. Thanks. Have a good one.
There you go. You too. Alan, that's called hitting the bathroom animal style. Yes, it is.
Very good.
That's right.
Speaking of animal style, Warren was great.
Warren, Ohio.
Warren was great.
You were there on Friday night.
I was there on Friday. We sold it out. It was so much fun.
Did you meet a woman in the Comfort Inn Best Western bar?
No. I brought my girlfriend with me. She ended up not having to work, so I took her with me, and then I also took Julia Mary, who was opening, and my other friend Heather, who was filming it. So all four of us in my car, and during the show, they're all friends with each other. Like, they have some drinks, and then they, get a little rowdy. I'm doing an hour-long set, and then, taking pictures and selling posters and CDs after the show. So by the time I'm ready to go, I'm exhausted, and they're all lit. And they don't care because I'm driving. So we get in the car, and I'm driving these three drunk idiots home, and they put on like a Power Hour playlist, so it's like a different song every minute. Mm-hmm. They're all singing along and screaming at each other.
They're all
call
chicks?
each other a bitch. Yeah. They're all girls, and they're
calling each other a bitch.
Oh, they're talking so much trash to each other. The one girl, Heather, so she went to film school, and she'll film some of my sets for me when she's available. And she has this iPad that hooks up to one of her cameras, and she was just kind of had it out. And for whatever reason, like the texting app, the iMessage app opened up, and it just started auto texting everything that was being screened by these three in the car. And it was just the most inane text you've ever seen, like just madness. And Julia kept calling it, she's like, put your leapfrog away.
Leapfrog. Like what
really
little
funny.
kids are on.
Yeah. And
touchpad.
So, they're all getting into it with each other, and like in a fun way. They're having a blast, and I'm just, it's raining, so it's not the best driving conditions, and I'm just like, whatever, I'm going to let them have fun. I'm just kind of
But you want to get home. You want to unload everybody.
Yeah. And we get back to Cleveland, And my girlfriend's like, that was the fastest ride ever. And I'm like, I have never
you,
had a
bitch.
longer drive in my entire life, you idiots.
Right.
But
Quick for them. They have no concept
Yes.
of time.
Yeah, because they were all
long for you.
partying and singing. And I'm just like, oh, boy, I can just pull over off this bridge and save everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I've realized that the way I used to drink is no more. Like, I break the seal immediately.
What do you mean? You pee right away?
Yeah. Like, the moment I have,
Tell
like...
us all about it.
The moment I finish, like, a White Claw, I'm like, oh, gotta pee, and then I'm peeing for the rest of the night. If every drink, I have to pee at least once. And it's...
Maybe you're not hydrating properly throughout the day.
Yeah.
Is that where that comes from?
Kind of. I mean, if people who drink a lot of water, I mean, I drink a lot of water. I don't go to the bathroom every 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't drink that often, but I've noticed times when I do, I'm like, damn, why I gotta pee so much? So that's literally what it
Maybe
is.
you
Break
should
the
just
seal.
get like one of those bladders that you put in the inside of your pants. And so that way you don't have to be when you're going to go out for a night of drinking.
I'm just gonna pee.
Yeah,
Just
sit in
Yeah,
your face, just
you
let it
don't
rip.
have to go to the
That's a
bathroom.
power move.
Of course. And you look like a hero if anybody's paying attention until the end of the night when you have huge inflated pants.
Sitting there flirting with the bartender, and he's just like, "Wow, dude, this dude's a stallion. He's been downing beers all night and hasn't even moved from that chair.
Look at
Big
this
old-
guy.
Look at that bulge, too.
He's just dangling."
Yeah. Looks like he's wearing jodhpurs, like he's racing in the Kentucky Derby the next day.
I was grazing his leg, and it just feels so
Those are
warm.
the pants like that point out on the sides.
Yeah. They flare out. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you to everybody that came out to see me in Warren. Now get tickets to see me at the Funny Stop March 31st and April 1st.
How far is Cuyahoga Falls from Warren?
It's probably 50 to
Oh, it's
an
that far.
hour. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, Warren's like above Youngstown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it's far.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. To do that, I will have Scream 6 passes for you later on. That's going to drop in theaters soon. And I'll hook you up to get to that Kill Switch Engage show a little bit later on, too. So we'll take a break. Be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. He's not much of a morning person, and apparently not much of an afternoon person either.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Alan, that whiskey fungus is how The Last of Us starts in real life. Oh, my God. I'll tell you what, people near these whiskey distilleries start getting big teeth in their foreheads and stuff.
It's also going to be scary to figure out if they're just whiskey drunk or whiskey fungus.
Right.
They move about the same.
Fungus among us.
Yeah.
Alan, what happened to the break music on the live stream? Do we not have break music anymore?
We haven't had break music for a very long time.
See? Dummy.
Because we don't have any way of playing break music without being incredibly complicated because of the new setup with the new studios.
Oh.
So there is no break music.
By the way, who cares about break music?
Some people like it.
All you should care about is when we're talking.
Dude, people
That's
care
when
about so much.
That's when the fun stuff happens. Well, people are creatures of habit, and so when something, I understand that. I'm a creature of habit.
But obviously, this isn't a person that is a creature
Listening
of habit
every day.
because it's been since we moved here that we have no break music.
About 9 months.
Yeah.
Right. August 16th of this year,
Yeah.
Cody, is going to be our 1-year anniversary here at 668 Euclid. How do you like that? How should we celebrate? How should we celebrate
Put them on the glass
year?
contest.
How should we celebrate 1 year? Yeah, you don't want what people are going to put on that glass.
I want it all.
Let's
Bring
nip
it
that
all.
in the bud right now. We ain't going to get what you're hoping to get.
Oh, I know. It's going to be bad.
Be a lot of fruit baskets up there. What'd you say, Poundcake?
I don't know. I know we can't drink live on air, but I just want to have a couple pops.
You guys can. I can't.
Well, I say people out there on the street, if you're not going to get an open container or anything like that, have a nice little water bottle, and we can cheers you from the other side of the window during the show.
Well, that's them celebrating. That's not us celebrating.
Well, me and Bill.
Oh, you guys.
Yeah.
I see.
I'll have like a claw or something.
Make Mary run the board, and then you can have a drink too.
Right. Well, I don't know where she is. So this would be the equivalent of me being the designated driver in Bill's anecdote about Friday night. I would be the guy. I would be trying to make this show go so quickly. Hey, is there any way we can speed up 4 hours while you and Poundcake get drunk?
Well, but
I did ask. You told me. I asked and you told me. That's on me.
Yeah, I was going to say this.
What would you drink?
I'd have a claw.
A claw. Is that what the cool kids are calling boozy water? A claw. There's no way to make it cool. I hope you know this. No way to make it cool. What flavor?
Oh, God. Black cherry or raspberry for the win.
And I doubled
and
down.
You said you can't make it cool.
I doubled down on my previous statement for the win.
Sometimes if I want something crisp,
Yeah.
I'll get like the lime.
Yeah, crisp. Yeah.
Yeah, that lime is something. It gets me in a peppy mood. I don't know if obviously it has different flavoring in it, but I think it has just a little something more. Because if I want something bubbly and just gets me hype, I have a lime White Claw.
But you also are going to the bathroom after each one of them too, so that's kind of got to slow down your momentum.
Correct, but that's like I chug it. Send it back.
There's that noise.
Yeah.
I chug it, and then my car crashed, and then the helicopter came in to check if I was all right. All right.
Hey, Alan, I know this probably says a lot about me, but in Poundcake's defense, the other day at work, my manager said, "Oh, you're going to be paired with this person she's a really hard worker." And he's like, you two are going to be together because you're consistent, you're always here, and you guys get it done. I don't want that reputation, so I called off the next 2 days.
See?
Love you, bye.
Love you, bye.
That's what gets you when you're too reliable.
I don't know what this notion about too reliable is. The concern is that you'll be taken advantage of? Is that what's going on? What is too reliable?
I mean,
I know what you were talking about. We were talking about, Bill and I were going to be, the WMMS St. Paddy's Day show is going to be next Friday. As custom dictates, St. Patrick's Day in Cleveland, Ohio, as in so many other cities, happens on March the 17th. That'll be a week from this Friday. We will be posted up all day long, basically, 10 to 7, at the Clevelander, through this building, across Prospect, and over to Huron we go. And we like to think of these as big station events because it's fun when we're all together. It's the morning show. It's us. It's whatever. I don't know who's coming from the morning show, right? Whatever. Poundcake said he wasn't even sure he was coming because he didn't want to be too reliable. Again, I don't know what that means. I thought reliability was a good thing. It's certainly a good thing in marketing. They crow about it when it comes to automobiles or the efficacy of your prescription drugs. Or reliability is, in most cases, a universal good. But the Poundcake and that guy who left a message on the iHeartRadio app, the reliability is something to fear. And so, Poundcake said last week, wasn't sure if he was coming to the MMS St. Patty's Day because he had been, in his own words, too reliable. And when I asked him to elaborate on that, because he shows up to work every day. And that, to him, he's too reliable. But listen, that guy agrees with you. He agrees with you.
I'm just saying, I already told, our boss, Rob, that I was like, you know what, I'm going to go. Yeah, absolutely. It was like no questions asked. Of course I'm going to be there. And then we talked about it on there. I'm like, wait a minute. The morning show can just, I might show up, I might not. Why can't I have that? I want some.
You can.
Okay, well, I'm just.
But why would you? It's going to be fun.
I don't know. I want to know. I want to mull it over, see how I feel. Wake up. Like, you know what? I feel like going. And then I just pop in there, and then everyone's so surprised to see me. Everyone's so happy. No. Oh, I'm so glad you made it out.
If I don't hear ahead of time that he's coming, I will tell security to not let him in.
I'm like, wait, I decided I want to be reliable.
Nope. They have bouncers. They have people who work there.
Yeah. I was thinking of like iHeart security, but yeah.
The bar will have bouncers. And I'll say,
I'm supposed to be here.
Do not let this guy in.
Under any circumstance.
And somebody will look at me and go, Alan, you know this guy? I'll go, nope, never seen him before in my life.
I'm reliable.
Do me a favor. Pick up by his whole body, turn him upside down like in a cartoon, and stuff him in that garbage can there on the corner of. I'm going to tell you to walk all the way to the east side, across 9th, and get the hell out of here.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I feel, like you asked.
I don't know why he wouldn't want to come and have fun with everybody.
I didn't say I didn't.
Well, then what was I don't understand the consternation over whether or not you were going to be there.
Just the expectation. I don't know if I can take that pressure.
You feel pressure from expectations? Professional expectations.
I don't know. It's just
because I'll tell you what, it doesn't seem to pose you any problem when it comes to your 8-week transformation challenge with Orange Theory Fitness. You don't seem to have any problem whatsoever with that pressure. I wonder what's the difference between
my mind
that
and my body.
You're what?
I'm bettering my mind and my body.
Right, but what's the difference? You don't feel any pressure from that. I mean, everybody feels pressure to better their body. You don't feel any pressure from that, and yet you feel pressure at the notion of coming to a St. Patrick's Day broadcast. What could the difference be?
I have no idea.
I don't know what the difference could be,
I can't quite put my finger on it.
I cannot put my finger on it.
Yeah, I can't either.
Hi, Alan. I'm listening to the podcast from, I think, Thursday. And I also didn't understand the whole finger joke until you retold it and Bill had to literally explain and spell it out for me. And then it was funny. So thanks, Bill. Have a good one. Bye.
You're welcome.
She didn't understand. Duke called us from Bay Village about a week ago, and he always tells us kind of some street joke, or some old joke. And he hurt himself at work, as the joke goes, and he frantically called his wife and said, honey, I've hurt my hand, and they might have to amputate my finger. And she said, the whole finger? And he said, no, the one right next to it. And if you had told me that multiple people would be confused by that, I would have called you a liar. Yet that person, and she's not alone.
There's many women
that had to have us read. Yeah. By the way, that girl's got a cute voice.
Yeah.
Hi, Alan. I'm listening to the podcast from, I think, Thursday. And I also didn't understand the whole finger joke until you retold it.
I like that voice. You know who Melanie Linsky is?
No.
She's a New Zealand actress, but I don't think I've ever heard her outside of an interview use her own voice. She's always playing an American. She was in an episode of The Last of Us, a couple of them. She was the crazy girl, got started on 2.5 Men. She was Charlie Sheen's downstairs neighbor or whatever that would
I never
climb
watched
up.
that
And,
show.
Okay, well, anyway, it's in reruns, and But Melanie Linsky is in a lot of stuff, and she's a great, cute. She's in Yellow Jackets for people who watch that. She's just a cute girl, cute actress, and she has kind of that kind of voice when she's doing an American accent. Anyway, I digress. Poundcake is the whole finger, honey. No, the one right next to it is the joke, and a lot of people had a hard time with that one.
For once, I got it. I wasn't left in the loop. Out of the loop.
We try it again. Hey, listen, if you crazy kids, and I don't know how often it is that people take spring break on a cruise, but I have to imagine that some people do. My older daughter left with her friends for Fort Lauderdale on Saturday. So she's spending the week down there on spring break. And of course, I always get very, very nervous when she's off on spring break. A few years ago, we ended up being in the exact same complex as my older daughter when we were in Florida. This is a few years ago, and I guess neither of us realized that we were going to be like right next door to each other. And so that was a happy accident. This year, she's got an Airbnb with some friends, Fort Lauderdale. Makes me nervous because she's my daughter, and I want her to be safe. And you know what happens down there.
She's flashing her boobs.
Don't flash your boobs.
She could be flashing them boobs on the beach to get free beers.
She's not a boob flasher.
You don't know that.
Nah,
You
I
don't know
do.
what your daughter does.
I do. She ain't a boob flasher. But Carnival Cruise Lines doesn't want any shenanigans on their cruises. These people are coming off years of COVID, gutting their industry, so they ain't taking any crap. So they're trying to get the word out to spring breakers who might decide, I don't know, maybe they have spring break deals where it's cheap to go. What the hell do I know? But they're like, hey, you're coming on one of our cruises. You better watch your P's and Q's, Mr., Mrs. They're going to have drug-sniffing dogs.
Oh, God.
They're going to be handing out fines left and right.
No fun.
Well, that's what they're looking for. They want people to have a specific kind of fun.
Yes.
They don't want spring
Corporate
breakers
fun.
running up and down the hallways.
Oh, this is not spring break then.
Listen, if you've ever been on a cruise where there were people like that going bananas, it is not fun. It's not fun.
I haven't been on a
Even
cruise
if you're
since I
part
was-
of it, like it's fun for a very short period of time.
I just remember almost getting our entire. I wasn't on a cruise, but I did go to spring break in Panama City, and I almost got our entire group evicted from our penthouse for bringing a stranger up to our room.
You brought a stranger.
I brought a stranger.
Yeah.
We were at this.
That's kind of your MO. You did it in Jamaica.
At that time, I was very immature.
We went to Jamaica a
You
few
stood to a
years ago.
McDonald's the other
A
day.
few years ago. You met a dude at McDonald's. It was the whole thing. So this whole, at that time I was immature. You had some rando meet you at McDonald's 2 days ago. Now, it turned out to be nice, it sounds like, right?
Well, I was talking to him on, at least that person I talked to and I got acquainted with on Facebook dating beforehand. This was like a person I met at the gay club, and the reason why it wouldn't have been so strange, people bring guys home from the club all the time, but this was a scenario in which if you didn't have a wristband, like to get
you had to sneak somebody in.
Yeah, you can't just bring a random person into your resort because there's problems with drugs and
Sure.
whatever.
Yeah.
So
It could be a mule. It could be something already up there.
Yeah,
well, also,
I
they
had to
didn't
sneak 'em
want 30 people staying in one room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I had to sneak him in. So we went up the service elevator. And I don't know why I didn't think that was like a bad idea because I had to get him also down the service elevator. And we opened it up and there was like 4 security guards. And I was like, he's helping me move out. He's taking
Helping
me to
me
his car.
move out of a vacation Airbnb?
Well,
you weren't bringing nightstands.
We
Move
were-
out.
Well, for like people stay there for whatever week. I was just saying it's the end of my time there. He's helping me get my stuff and pack the car.
He's helping me pack something, sir.
So I had to sneak.
This is my friend. He's a packer. He packs things.
That's right. Boy, you were a fly in the ointment in every situation, weren't you?
Yeah.
In your what you call your immature years. You were just throwing tacks in the road in front of every person all the time.
I got really, really lucky because I had
all
to
in the
sneak back
pursuit
up.
of having a good time.
Yeah.
And I can't blame you for that.
I had to sneak back into the hotel room, and we were on like the penthouse floor. Like there was only like another suite above us, so I had to run up like 32 flights of stairs to get back up because I couldn't take the elevator because the guards were in the elevator.
Oh, so then it became like a heist. It became like an Ocean's 11 type situation. Where you're trying to get back in, get the other guy out.
Because it was stupid. I shouldn't have I shouldn't have walked him out. Had I not walked him out, they wouldn't know. He didn't have a wristband, so they had no idea where he was staying.
Yeah, they would have just been like, get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my dumb ass, I was in the elevator with a wristband. He didn't have one, and the guards were looking at us like, "Where's his wristband?" And
You should have pretended like you didn't know each other.
I didn't think anyone was going to
He's
be in the
not
elevator.
cool in that kind of situation.
I was immediately.
Yeah, but if you're
going to
do those things, you have to plan for contingencies. You
Mhm.
have to know what scenario A, B, and C might be.
I was blinded by the D. I didn't even think about it.
Blinded by the D.
He drove me home, which was another red flag. Like all my other friends stayed at the bar that they were going to for me, and then once I found a guy, oddly enough, he had roots here in Cleveland. Like he was from around here, and he saw my friend that was wearing like an Indians hat. And he was like, "Hey, let me take you home." I was like, "Okay." And that's
Poundcake will drop his friends at the drop of an Indian's cap. Drop of a hat.
yeah, not my finest hour. I was 20 then, so actually I was younger than the whole Jamaica scenario.
Well, in that amount of time, what did you learn?
Nothing, because I was scrubbing marker off my hand so I could drink underage. Like now, I wouldn't even want to go back now. I feel bad for the kids spring breaking down there because you can't even like. I was walking on the beach with like alcohol in my hand, underage, and now they like cracked down on that. They weren't issuing tickets. They weren't doing anything.
Well, they're still outnumbered by spring breakers, so it's still relatively selective. But the Carnival Cruise people are like, hey, we've seen social media posts of people doing crap, and you ain't going to come on our cruise ships and do anything. We got dogs that are going to sniff.
It was.
We're going to be $500 fines because spring break is very high occupancy. So you better know where your muster station is, mister.
It was funny because over the weekend, I was with my mom and my brother, and I was telling them about an Atlantis cruise line, which is just for like gay people. And immediately when I told them that it was just for gay people, they said disgusting. Like they immediately said, "Oh no, you're not going on one of those, are you?" I said, "I might." My mom was like, "That doesn't seem safe." She said,
"Why?
You're going to be wearing a chastity belt the whole time." Because I was showing her videos of these huge like 7,000 people circuit party on like the top deck, and she's like, "Oh no. No, not my son." I'm like, why? It sounds like paradise.
Yeah. Pretty soon, all these red states are going to have to send out those kinds of cruises just for people to get together and have a good time.
I'm cool with that.
Get on the Tennessee cruise. Get on the Florida cruise. So all the people from Florida and Tennessee can go out into international waters.
People are going to take flights just to go like party. It's going to be like the blimp industry is going to pick up in Tennessee. They just got to go high enough where it doesn't count as Tennessee anymore.
That's right. Hey, we're in the ionosphere.
But think how
You can't get me, copper.
Think of how pent up people are going to be. They're like, this is our only time to get together, so we have to make the most of it. And it's going to be a free-for-all. I'm here for it.
Well, the guidelines for these cruises, you can't bring any hard liquor or any drugs. You got to listen to music with your headphones. And the only way to get a lounger at the pool is to show up early. You can't just throw a towel. That's the move. You put your shoes there or a towel or something. You got to show up early. That's how they're sticking it to you. They're like, you've been drinking till 4 a.m. Still got to show up at 6 to get a pool lounger. They're not going to put up with any shenanigans from spring breakers on these cruises. Strangely, there's nothing about not showing your boobs on it, so maybe they're okay with that. They still want it to be fun.
Yeah, so
Project Fun.
I wonder.
I don't think boob flashing is as big as it used to be. I feel like peak boob flashing was around 2000 when they were doing all the Girls Gone Wild stuff, and because of camera phones and
Yeah,
smartphones and stuff,
it
it's
ruined it for people because
definitely-
people were out to ruin people's lives.
Yeah,
That's when it was new and fresh. And
I wonder, because I know they have TV shows about like the Below Deck is catering to people on yachts, but do they have a TV show about the crew of like a cruise ship? because I feel
No,
like they
because
would have
it'll
fun
be
too.
people like, "Hey, I'm super miserable. I hate this job."
You mean like below deck?
I'm
No,
saying
he's
but
talking
that-
like a cruise ship.
below deck is like
That's like a yacht.
Yeah,
Oh, I
those are
see
for
what you're
yachts.
saying.
I'm
That's a
talking about for
luxury
cruise
yacht.
ships.
Yeah.
Because I feel like those people have to have fun. They have to like their job, and there's have to be people out there that sleep with like the customers or something like
But
that.
they don't want anybody to. All that stuff is very frowned upon, and
Yeah, they're not supposed to fraternize.
they're not.
with,
They don't want to showcase that.
yeah, because everybody gets to clap. You know, it's like, yeah,
I didn't think
you
about
you
that.
fall. Everybody's from somewhere else. So like, you're from Australia and you fall in love with some dude from Senegal, and then you know.
Yeah, and that includes the crew of the ship. They're from all over the world.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
So it could be entertaining, but it's just not something that
That would ruin
Carnival
their, yeah.
wants to put out there.
There's a documentary, Poundcake, from 2016 called "The Cruise," about the Regal Princess, and behind the scenes with a 1,400 member crew. You can watch that.
Is that on Netflix?
I think it's European, so you might have to. I'm not sure where it is here, but it's old enough where it's probably somewhere.
Okay. I just thought that was. I was just curious about that
You
because
should
they have
ask
to have a good
Mike Paramore about it. He's worked on cruise ships for years. That's where he met his wife. So but he also knows that.
So they're not going to honeymoon on a cruise ship.
They got to take it serious. They might because it might be free.
Hey, listen, don't thumb your nose at a free honeymoon.
No, not at all.
I'm going to break here. I'll have those passes for you if you want to get to Scream 6. They're doing it all over again. The new film is going to be out soon. When is Scream 6 out? This Friday, March 10th. So a couple of passes for you to check that out when it drops. You want to text for anything else? 35192. You can watch if you like at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready for the experience of a lifetime. A night you'll never forget. At
He orbited the Earth for 313 days that changed the world. Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Scream 6. Survivors of the Ghostface murders leave Woodsboro far behind for a fresh start in New York City. So kind of the Gen Z Jason Takes Manhattan, maybe. Jenna Ortega, Courtney Cox is back, Samara Weaving, Hayden Panettiere, and more. Want to go see Scream 6? It opens everywhere this Friday. Courtesy of Paramount Pictures and Spyglass Media Group. 2 passes here for you. Good luck. Call 2 for Scream 6. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Just in time for your afternoon nap.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send a text if you are watching live at AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you to Preeter Longhaven for helping out today. Back there in the video department. Your Cavaliers are in town tonight to take on the Celtics. They lost to them in Boston. Get another crack at them tonight here at home. 7 o'clock is your pregame. Tip-off at 7. 6:30 we roll out as that pregame. 7 o'clock tip-off right around the corner at the Romo Fijo. Cavs, Celtics here on MMS. Guardians are playing preseason ball, too. It's 1-0 against the Anaheim Angels right now in the bottom of the 4th. And a lot of people were wondering, the Catholic Church, I grew up hardcore Catholic, right? And the Catholic Church loves to throw out special dispensations where they take the ironclad rules and just toss those out the window.
Oh, but it's a Friday and
Whatever.
it's St. Patrick's Day. People want to drink.
Want to eat hot dogs on St. Patty's Day? Go ahead and do it. It's Lent. But here's the rub. There is no special dispensation for the Guardians' home opener.
Those bastards.
See, I figured that they would kowtow. Well, here's the thing. If you want to eat meat and you're Catholic, you're going to eat meat. That's why this stuff's so stupid. They don't, But the Diocese of Cleveland is not offering special dispensation for people if you're abstaining from meat on Fridays. Any meat. You grew up Catholic, you're not supposed to have sex either on Fridays in Lent. Now, Lent technically...
Goes for you too, priests.
Lent technically ends on Good Thursday. You know this if you're a Catholic. Technically ends on Good Thursday. Now, Good Friday is the Guardians' home opener. That is also a Holy Week day of fasting. They go, well, people are going to be at the ballpark. Nope. Guardians are going to be here playing the Seattle Mariners April the 7th. That will probably be somewhere. I don't know where. But that's a 4:10 game. Guaranteed to be a sellout. Who doesn't love opening day? So that means you're going to have 30,000 people around dinner time. Many of them Catholics. Many of them observing meat abstinence on Fridays. And so there's a lot of things you won't be able to eat. I mean, get a hot dog. There's barely any meat in those, right?
Hey, mostly
Hey,
boots.
Mostly what?
Boots and raccoon skins.
Boots.
Yeah.
There you go. Boot heels and raccoon noses. And right. They've got fish sandwiches.
Can they just remove the Holy Week? Or just the one next to it?
Nope.
Just trying to...
No. No. So there was Good Friday last year, too, which means if you're somebody who abstains, you can get a cheese pizza. You can get a pretzel. So I thought for sure that the diocese would say, yeah, sure. If you can do it on St. Patrick's Day, I guess they figure that's a Catholic holiday, right? So, yeah, they'll change the rules to benefit themselves. Benefit baseball fans? Not so much, apparently. you can consider that from me a strike. And this has been Alan Talks About Lent.
The pitch clock with Alan Cox.
That's right.
I'm excited to see how that works out this season. People are already up in arms.
Players say they love it.
I think
some of the pitchers are like, I love the pitch clock.
I think it's going to move the game along, and I think it's going to lead to just more exciting plays because they're going to get used to it. I don't think there's going to be a lot of walks or anything like that because of it, or strikeouts, whatever they end up calling. I think people are going to get used to it pretty fast, and it's going to move the game along, and I think we're going to see more interesting baseball. And the shift's gone. I think this is going to be a good year for baseball.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, some of the people who are playing dig it. Other people don't, of course. The only thing constant is change.
Baseball purists.
There you go.
Get upset.
I did mention that I'm premiering the new metal show here on MMS Saturday night. People are asking, hey, when's that new metal show, Alan? I've smoked a couple of bongs since you announced it, and I forgot what day it is. Saturday night. The show is called 2 Hours to Midnight, and it is, as the name implies, 10 to midnight. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, will be doing 2 hours of metal every Saturday night. Very excited, but I'd also like you to join me for my new baseball show, Pitchcocks.
There you go.
With Alan. Alan, it's Holy Thursday, not Good Thursday. We always heard Good Thursday. It's Good Thursday, Good Friday, Holy Saturday, Easter Sunday.
Holy Saturday.
Holy sweet fancy Moses. It's Holy Testicle Tuesday.
Right,
and then
it's Testicle Tuesday.
Yep.
Whip 'em out Wednesday. Good
and then
Thursday, Good Friday.
Thursday.
And then Holy Saturday. And then Sunday Fun Day.
That's right. No, I'm sorry. Easter Sunday, Bill, is what you're thinking of. You're thinking of Easter Sunday. So you could be right. It might be Holy Thursday. Telling me that my mom would be devastated that I got that wrong. But we always learned Good Thursday. But there it is. Of course, Good Friday, great song by the Black Crowes, 100.7 WMMS Black Crowes. Robinson Brothers finally kissed and made up.
Such a dick move to call it Good Friday.
I just liked it because there was no mass. There's finally no mass we had to go to. You just sat there. There was no mass. You still had to go to church, but there was no pomp and circumstance.
But still annoying if you're Jesus and you're like, you think this is good?
Yes, because he died for our sins.
Yeah, but he's still dying. It still sucks.
Yeah, well, it was in service. It's what we wanted Poundcake to do, to die to save the world. He wouldn't do it. Jesus Christ would do it for him. Black Crowes. What?
I said that's why Jesus saves.
This is a Good Friday, and he's like, I mean, we could probably call it Sacrifice Friday or something like that. No, we're calling it Good Friday, not Sacrifice. That is kind of a mouthful.
I was going to Sacrifice Friday. Right. Yeah.
Sacra Friday. How about that? Sacra Friday.
Well, maybe
it's Sacra Friday.
Right. Yeah, we'll have to do a Bill Squire Friday get down on Good Friday.
Gotta get down off the cross.
Right. Gotta. Let me go to Bird in Olmsted Falls. Hello, Bird.
Hello. Yeah, speaking of Good Friday, if you're Catholic, can you munch at the Y on a Friday? Or
yeah, I get what he's talking about, man. Eating ain't cheating. Black Crowes on the Buzzard. Eat at the Y. What are you, 80, Bird?
I don't think they want you doing that anyway.
No, you were supposed to abstain from sex on Fridays in Lent if you are a...
But in the Catholic Church, are you even supposed to be doing that? Don't they just want classic man... like P&V kind of sex?
Oh, you mean what Bird was talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Who knows?
I don't think they're...
I gave up all that nonsense 30 years ago. But listen, it's hard to deprogram. Take the boy out of church. Hard to take the church out of the boy. Poundcake knows this. But anyway, no special dispensation from the Cleveland Diocese for the Guardians home opener.
My family, I remember there was a couple times, I grew up Baptist, and there were a couple times where it was no official day or anything like that. I think our pastor just told us to abstain, to fast. And we were like, oh, okay, yeah, we could totally do that. I had to remind my family, I'm like, don't you guys remember we're fasting? Like, we had ordered like KFC or something like that. And they were like, well, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll starting midnight tonight. We'll fast, and then we'll fast till tomorrow. But like, it wasn't like a thing regularly in our house, so we forgot. We were eating there. We're bad Christians. We were in there eating KFC.
Most people forgot. Even when I was doing it in high school, I'd be eating a hamburger or something on Friday, and my mom being like,
I felt like
all right.
I felt like at the time I was the one sinning the most, so I had to remind them I was the kid in class that, teacher, you forgot to collect our homework. Everyone was smashing KFC. I'm like, guys, we're supposed to be fasting. And Mom was like, you're right.
Snitch.
You're right.
But also at that point, what's the point of bringing it up? Like, everybody's got chicken in their mouth and grease on their fingers.
I was a do-gooder. I was trying to be a do-gooder to make up for the fact that I was gay. So I was like, I have to be the most Christ-like. So
why aren't you still doing that, by the way? You don't have to
gave up.
Yeah, why aren't you still trying to be a do-gooder if you think that's to offset being gay?
I don't know. You're right, Bill. Maybe I...
Yeah, you gave up.
Yeah, maybe I gave up.
Your faith's not strong. Let's be honest. It's not.
No, my faith is still strong, just my will.
Remember when he was born again a few years ago?
Yeah, right?
But he got born again.
My celibacy lasted quite a long time.
Faith without works is dead, bruh.
That's right.
Faith without work is dead?
Without works. Yeah. Like, you can say you believe all you want, but if you're not putting it into action, it don't mean crap.
That's right. James 2.
Damn it. And that's one
Electric
of the
Boogaloo.
The truth can come from a hellish mouth.
He
It did come from a hellish mouth.
And he got a hellish mouth.
I called God a bitch last week.
Oh, my God.
It was on the show. You heard it.
He can put up with it. Because Poundcake doesn't listen to the show.
Right, because I said the whole don't take my name in vain. I'm like, little bitch. Like, you can't handle a little bullying. You made us, but we can't take your name in vain. Bitch move.
So says Bill Squire.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that, taking the Lord's name in vain.
Well, there it is.
Well, you're also a bitch.
You're a bitch, too.
Alan, isn't it called Maundy Thursday? God, I haven't heard that. Maundy Thursday. It is.
I thought it was, that was a Cure song.
No. Friday, I'm in love.
Yeah.
Monday, Thursday, I'm in love with Jesus. Maundy Thursday, yes. It's a Latin something. But I don't know if anybody calls it that. Holy Thursday. Oh, maybe it is Holy. I thought it was Good Thursday. Maundy Thursday or Holy Thursday. Okay. Yeah, because you're doing the Stations of the Cross and the washing of the feet and the Last Supper and the whole thing. And it was just like, Jesus, it was always something. You could go into Catholic school, and I went K through 12. And I went to Mass every morning with my mom.
Is that what she was saying in The Godfather when she's like, I speak English Monday, Thursday, Tuesday?
Yes. Well, she was a good Catholic girl, and of course, no doubt. We couldn't, when you grow up Catholic like that, especially, and again, most of my friends, we were going to Catholic school, but they weren't going to Mass every day, right? So they had some room to breathe. The situation I was in, you couldn't even enjoy Jesus, right? There's a part of this, if you want people to grow up in some kind of organized faith, there's a lot of things you got to ignore, but there can be kind of a breeziness to it, right? If you kind of can initiate some fun. But when you're just under the thumb the whole time, it's no fun. Where's the fun in religion? I mean, well, let's put fun back into it. You know? Stop trying to make life difficult for people who aren't like you. And
I think they have fun doing that.
Yeah, that is their idea of fun, except it's not really fun. It's out of anger, and it's out of jealousy, or it's out of all these things that people say they're against. All these things that the person that they...
It ain't coming from a place of love.
No, the person that they profess to worship wouldn't be down with any of this stuff. Communion wafers or a sacrifice, somebody suggests. Yeah. Stephen Canton points out, yeah, you know, Alan, the Christian principle of finding a pile.
I could ask for
Poundcake
forgiveness.
wants to find.
I mean, he's trying to love
I
one
know.
another, just
all at the same time.
Yeah, he's trying to knock out a bunch at a time. Yeah.
Yeah. Alan, my son is allergic to grapes, and his first communion's coming up. And I told the priest, I don't care if you think it literally turns to blood. We're not risking anaphylactic shock. Right. Well, there's always grape juice. Listen, my wife.
You can always just not do it, too.
My wife grew up. Well, if he goes to Catholic school, first communion, it is a thing. It's a rite of passage. But, I mean, when you're a kid, you do it, you know. But there's a lot of churches. My wife grew up in a parish where they sent the alcoholic priests. So it was always grape juice.
Okay.
It was never wine at her parish.
But it's, I mean,
we had
whether it's grape juice or
priests.
wines, if you're allergic to grapes, you can't have
That's
either.
right. Correct.
Yeah, so
you got to give him
you
some.
gotta give him some OJ.
Yeah.
And in that tin cup, ugh, that's gonna be so gross.
I don't know if
is it a metal cup? What are they?
Yeah, the chalice is usually metal. Yeah, I don't know if
you don't want to put orange juice in that.
No,
That's
God,
gonna cause a reaction.
First, brush your teeth before you go to First Communion, and then drink OJ out of a metal chalice. I don't know if transubstantiation there in the church still holds if you substitute orange juice.
Wait, so it's,
maybe just water.
So when they say that this is my blood, they say that it's actually turning to blood when you drink it.
Transubstantiation, when you grow up believing that in the Catholic Church.
This is the trans we should be fighting against. The transubstantiation.
Yeah,
where,
it's zombie Jesus.
Grape juice is turning into blood. This is horrifying.
Eat my body, drink my blood. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the belief, and again, I don't think anybody walking up there believes they're drinking blood. But I mean, it is, according to what you're taught, it is the whole of the substances being transformed into the body of Christ and the blood of Christ.
And then so through cannibalism, you're saved.
Indeed.
Gotcha.
I mean, really, aren't we all?
Right.
I mean, Army Hammer got a bad rap. The guy was just trying to begin his own religion, which in this country really has a lot of tax benefits. And that's all he was trying to do.
Think about it all
Pay
the time.
fewer taxes.
Think about it all the time.
Yeah.
Start a religion.
Church of Bill.
I just did my taxes. Would love to have a tax exemption.
Church of Bill. You want to get people back into religion? There you go. Something to consider. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 for anything, AlanCoxShow.com. You can hit me up there and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios.
home of the buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Whiskey bottles and brand new cars. Oak tree, you're in my way.
Oak Tree, You're in My Way. Poundcake, any idea who this band is?
Is it a band we've talked about before?
Of course. Song is called That Smell by this band.
Can I get a hint? I have no idea. I don't know.
We play a game.
Is it Skinner? Is this Skinner? Wow, I did not.
Leonard Skinner.
I did not expect it to be Skinner though.
Well, there you go.
It didn't sound like what I usually hear from them.
Really, because all their music kind of sounds the same. Maybe to the untrained ear, it doesn't.
Wow. Okay.
Leonard Skinner, That Smell, a song that Gary Rossington wrote about one of his car crashes. You want to talk about a guy who cheated death on multiple occasions, was Gary Rossington. He was one of the founding members of Leonard Skinner and the last original living member, and he is dead. There are no more original members of Leonard Skinner in the band. Gary Rossington survived the plane crash that killed a bunch of people from the original iteration of Leonard Skinner. He survived a car accident in the 70s where he drove his car into a tree because Leonard Skinner loved cocaine and drinking. And so he wrote That Smell. That happened before the plane crash. That killed Ronnie Van Zant and Steve Gaines and Cassie Gaines and a bunch of other people. But he only broke some ribs. Gary Rossington got out and ran to a nearby house to try to get help. But that was when a lot of the main people, Artemis Pyle, I think is still alive. Artemis Pyle was not an original, he wasn't a founding member of Leonard Skinner, but he was with them very, very early in their run. Been a lot of people in and out of Leonard Skinner, but I think out of that early Skinner group, not only the founding members, but the early, I think Artemis Pyle is the only one left. Alan Collins is dead. Artemis Pyle is an amazing name.
That's such a good name. Artemis. There's not enough Artemis
in the
world.
There's Artemis on Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but that's the wrong kind of Artemis. But Gary Rossington, I guess he had a heart thing. He had a heart attack a few years ago. He had bypass surgery, so he was kind of in and out of Skinner, but he was currently touring with them. He co-wrote Sweet Home Alabama, played The Slide on Free Bird, but he died yesterday, 71. So the very last founding member of Leonard Skinner is gone. These guys got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2006. They got inducted by Kid Rock. But that Leonard Skinner plane crash, these guys were coming off a huge run of songs. There's a lot of people who think that Skinner crash happened before people really knew who they were. But they were really on the rise. They already had 4 albums under their belt. So it was 3 days after the 5th album came out. And they were going from one city to another. And I guess nobody realized that the plane was out of fuel or something. So once they got up, they ran out of fuel and landed in some trees, and a bunch of them didn't make it. It was a plane that the guys in Aerosmith were going to use, and ended up being Leonard Skinner members that got killed instead of Aerosmith. It could have, the alternate universes of rock and roll. It could have been Joe Perry and Steven Tyler who were dead. But all those early Skinner members are gone. Billy Powell's gone, and Ronnie Van Zant. A bunch of their road crew were killed. Anyway, Gary Rossington is dead. He is a guy that you would still see out there touring with Lynyrd Skynyrd. So I don't know who's in the band now. Ricky Medlock, I guess, maybe, and some other dudes. You know, there's some guys that have been with that band, not from the initial lineup, but some people have been with that band a long time. But Gary Rossington was the last founding member of that band. And Tom Sizemore died, too, while we were gone. I mean, everybody knew that was coming because the doctors had told his family that there was no chance of him recovering. He'd had a brain aneurysm or something. And for another guy who cheated death because of his heroic substance abuse, a guy who cheated death on a number of occasions. They always refer to him as Saving Private Ryan actor Tom Sizemore, and I always found that interesting because he's done so many movies.
But that was just such a big movie, and he was very memorable in it.
Was he?
He was
I know he was
good
memorable in every, like, Natural Born Killers and Heat and all these mid-'90s before he really went overboard and started losing gigs. Everybody who worked with him thought he was great. They were like, it's too bad this guy couldn't get it under control because he was just a phenomenal actor. But all of that eclipsed his entire career. And people associated Tom. You know, I think Gwen said, I only know Tom Sizemore from Dr. Drew.
Yeah, Surreal Life.
Yeah.
Or what was it?
Sober House or whatever?
Sober House.
Something like that.
Whatever that was.
And Dr. Drew does not have a good track record, by the way. I mean, a lot of people on those celebrity rehab shows.
He does take on some tough cases. Well,
I mean, Mike Starr died. Yeah.
I think
Celebrity rehab.
Celebrity rehab. I think, like a third of the house died.
So Tom Sizemore got hospitalized, and he was in the ICU last week, and he was in a coma, and they told his family he's not coming back from this, but he died, I think, Saturday. He was 61. Pride of Detroit, Michigan. And he studied at Wayne State University, which is a school there in Detroit. He was Born on the 4th of July, Point Break. He had some small parts in that. He was in Passenger 57. He's in True Romance. Heat, great movie, one of my favorites. Black Hawk Down, Pearl Harbor. But they always refer to him as Saving Private Ryan star Tom Sizemore.
I mean, it's a Spielberg movie, so.
Is that a directed? I guess I forget that. He directed Saving Private Ryan?
Didn't he?
I think you're right. I just forget that. And Matt Damon was Private Ryan?
He was Private Ryan. Tom Hanks was saving him. And
oh, he was?
Yeah.
He was doing the saving.
He was doing the saving.
Ah. All right.
What a devastatingly sad movie.
Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah.
I just remember that opening scene, and you're like, holy magoli, this show.
And then, I mean, just the whole thing.
I only saw it once.
Giovanna Ribisi's in it. You got Vin Diesel in it. It's an incredible cast.
Yeah. Was Ted Danson in that? Isn't he like a general halfway through the movie? Ted Danson shows up? Or Tim Robbins or somebody like that. I've only seen, I saw the version, I think Poundcake had the DVD. He was selling it in junior high, Shaving Ryan's Privates. Was that the one?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
No.
Vin Diesel is in Saving Private Ryan. Ed Burns, Matt Damon, Barry Pepper, Tom Sizemore, Thomas Hanks, Paul Giamatti, Bryan Cranston. Wow. I thought Ted Danson pops up. Yeah, there he is. Captain Hamill pops up halfway through. Well, there you go. A lot of people in Saving Private Ryan. The cast, by the way, not so big on Shaving Ryan's Privates. That was just 2 or 3 people. Nathan Fillion was in Saving Private Ryan.
They got a lot more screen time.
A lot more screen time?
A lot of screen time.
But not... Alan, did you watch Chris Rock? I did watch Chris Rock.
I also watched Chris Rock.
What'd you think?
I thought some of it was really just over-tread material that I'm just so, like, I never want to hear the whole, we can't say anything. Like, I mean, it's still Chris Rock saying it, so there was some funny stuff within that, but I'm just tired of that trope in stand-up. I really liked the stuff where he's talking about his daughter. And
yeah, the daughter stuff was funny.
That was my favorite chunk of material. The stuff where he's talking about celebrities, I'm not that invested in Meghan Markle, so I don't really care what he says about her.
Well, yeah, if you'll pardon the pun, he was kind of between a rock and a hard place, too, with the Will Smith stuff, because there was nothing he was going to do that would... It's been
That's
a
what
year.
everybody was waiting for.
Yes, and he did it at the end, which is smart, but this was the first live Netflix production, by the way. This was on Saturday night. It was 10 to 11. I didn't watch it live, but... They did a whole pre-show. They did a post-show with Carvey and Spade. They had Seinfeld, So they really wanted to make this a marquee block because it's Chris Rock.
That. I love that they did all that.
Yeah.
And again, I'm comparing Chris Rock against other Chris Rock specials. I'm not comparing him
to other comedians.
Right. I'm comparing him to his body of work, which is an enormous and excellent body of work. So compared to his other specials, this wasn't my favorite, but I really liked the stuff about his daughter. I really liked the stuff about being single and older. Like the more personal stuff to his life is where I thought was the best material in this special. Talking about Will Smith and stuff like that. It was funny, but I don't think it's going to be as remembered as this other stuff. I think this other stuff's actually going to have more length to it because he's talking about his daughters in a way like of being rich kids and how he did that and what they went through,
and they didn't know that he got her kicked out of school.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a really cool moment. So I thought that was the best part of it, and overall I give it a 7 out of 10. I think it's still a very good Chris Rock special, but I mean we're talking about a guy that's written some of the best comedy over the past 30 years, and it's hard to stay at that top level.
But also, you could never live up to what people were expecting you possibly to do about Will Smith.
I loved his clothes, the all white with the Doc Martens and the Prince emblem.
Prince,
I appreciate that. He's still Chris Rock. He's still hysterical. So I thought it was very enjoyable. I didn't get
Y'all
bored.
know what happened to me.
I didn't get bored
Getting
watching it.
smacked by Suge Smith. Everybody knows I got smacked at the Oscars by this mother. And people like, did it hurt? It still hurts. I got summertime ringing in my ears. But I'm not a victim, baby. You will never see me on Oprah or Gayle crying. You will never see it. Never gonna happen. I couldn't believe it, and I love Men in Black. No. It's never gonna happen. No. I took that hit like Pacquiao.
Obviously, people had their criticisms. Somebody was, whoever wrote the write-up in USA Today was like, it was embarrassing to see him making fun of woke kids and their social media and their feelings. I'm like, Chris Rock is almost 60. Stop.
And
he's not supposed to be down with the kids.
But he's still
he's
very
a
much
dad.
an advocate.
He's divorced. His wife took him to the cleaners, right?
That was
he's 58 years old. He's a rich, almost 60-year-old guy.
There's two things that I remember specifically laughing very hard at, where he's talking about the power of female beauty and how if Jay-Z would still marry Beyonce if she was working at Burger King, but if he was the one working at Burger King, it's not going to go that way. So that was a very funny thing. And then he's talking about, he's like, my wife is worth as much money as me, and she ain't funny.
Yeah,
like
she got a lot of his money.
Yeah, that was very funny.
I don't care what you say. The part when he was talking about Meghan Markle and like the royal family.
Well, you're more into that.
But
so you're focused on that.
But it was true.
I'm sure it's true, but it's
hey,
like
Google these bitches.
But it's like it's also when you're doing stuff about a pop culture event like Meghan Markle, and like we've seen so many people joke about it. I didn't see like a fresh take on it. Everything he said was true, but
everything had also kind of been said.
Yeah, it's kind of retread, like not that he's retreading it, but we've heard this take a bunch of times.
I understand, but it was the way in which you deliver it, and people want to see, like the Michael Jackson jokes. They had everyone has always like used the Michael Jackson jokes, but the way Cat Williams said it made me laugh the hardest. It just, I don't know. It's the way you deliver it. And Chris Rock.
Well, I mean, that depends on the person, because to me, the way you deliver it is only part of it. I like originality, and that's why the stuff that was more personal to him was more original. Therefore, I enjoyed that more.
He's
than
the only
hearing him
one that can
talking.
tell those jokes about his own life
Exactly.
and his experiences. Everybody's got a take on Will Smith hitting him at the Oscars.
First of all, I know you can't tell on camera. Will Smith is significantly bigger than me. We are not the same size, okay? We are not. This guy, Will Smith does movies with his shirt off. You've never seen me do a movie with my shirt off. If I'm in a movie getting open heart surgery, I got on a sweater. Will Smith played Muhammad Ali in a movie. You think I auditioned for that part? He played Muhammad Ali. I played Pookie in New Jack City. I played a piece of corn in Pootie Tang.
Pootie Tang.
And a lot of people go, Chris, how come you didn't do nothing back that night? Because I got parents. That's why. Because I was raised. I got parents. And you know what my parents taught me?
Beat that
Don't
ass.
fight in front of white people.
That's his mic drop. There you go. Yeah, so there were obviously people had some. Chris Rock hates black women. But, yeah, the guy is 58 years old. I mean, he's still one of the best to ever do it.
He looks great for 58. He don't look like he's almost 60.
He looks very good, yeah.
Well, you know what they say, Poundcake.
Black don't crack, but it does.
On whom?
There's plenty of people. I know a lot of bad black.
Well, Chris Rock is not in their group. But it was, I think, by and large, people seem to like it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for Netflix dipping their pool, this is a great way for them to dip their pool into live events.
I think
because I'm sure they got tons of eyeballs on it.
I love the live event thing. I love that he did kind of have a moment where he goes, he said, the whole thing started when Will Smith didn't get nominated for Emancipation. And he goes, effed up the joke, concussion. So that was like the part where there was like that live aspect to it where, and then even right at the beginning, someone was yelling at him. He just goes, shut up. And, he used the N-word a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I will say this was almost, by the time any comic of that caliber gets to a point where they're doing an hour, live or otherwise, it is, it's nailed down to within a razor blade of, this seemed like a more kind of raw thing. And that's saying something for Chris Rock. It seemed less performed. I don't know. There was something about it. Maybe it's just because he's older and he hasn't done it in a while. I mean, we've seen him live a couple of times since he did a special last. But because the last one was Tambourine.
Yeah.
And that was a few years ago. Anyway, in answer to your question, Texter, yes, I did watch the Chris Rock special, but it is available to stream now for people who didn't see it live. It's on Netflix. I don't know if the pre and post show, those were fun. I don't know if the pre and post show are on there, but
I think those are on YouTube.
Oh, they are.
They put them
Okay.
up on YouTube.
I have to take a break. Want to go see Kill Switch Engage. This is going to be the perfect entree to get our metal show going on Saturday nights. That premieres this Saturday night. Kill Switch Engage is coming through April 15th to play the Agora, and I will have those tickets for you on the way back. 35192. You want to text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center. From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios.
This is The Buzzard.
Serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, it's the return of Kill Switch Engage. Jesse Leach back in the front spot from Westfield, Mass. And special guest Currents. I think those guys are from Connecticut, just a couple hours away. This is the last date on the Kill Switch spring run, by the way. They'll head over to Europe in August. So get them before they split the U.S. Saturday, April 15th at the world-famous Agora. Kill Switch Engage and Currents. AgoraCleveland.com for any other details. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Usually the phrase going downtown gets us all horned up. And this is no exception.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I want to send a text 35192. Get me there. If you are watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, thank you to Preeter Longhaven for assisting. And Cavaliers basketball is tonight, 7 o'clock. They're back here at home to play the Boston Celtics. I was out in the hallway, and I saw a couple of Celtics fans at the restaurant next door. In their Celtics jerseys. Very, very proud. Very happy, very proud. Big Jason Tatum fans. He plays for the Celtics, yeah?
For now.
Kevin McHale. Oh, where's Tatum going? They want to deal him somewhere else?
No.
Oh, I don't know. For now.
I mean,
maybe he'll love Cleveland so much that he'll demand a trade to the Cavaliers.
People get traded all the time and switch teams, and, you know, it's not the same NBA it used to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so anyway, Cavs tonight, 7 o'clock tip-off against Boston. Around the corner at the Romo Fijo. We'll roll at 6:30. That's when your pregame coverage will begin. I was reading about, in all of the articles, if you do any deep dives on artificial intelligence and the different kinds of it, right? There's narrow AI, there's learning AI. You can come away with a sense that we are all getting ready to be pledging our allegiance to our robot overlords, because some of the smartest people in the field can't even agree, because obviously nobody can predict the future, except AI. Humans can't predict the future, but some of the smartest people in the field are divided along the lines of, half of them say, we really need to stop this now because it's going to get out of control and it will expand beyond the point where we can even understand what's happening. I mean, as it is now, there are artificial intelligence programs that are running and getting from point A to point B, and we don't even know how it got there. It doesn't know how it got there. So there's no way to do a granular thing. Now, there are other people on the other side in this field who say, calm down. This is not Skynet. Right? I tend to side, and again, I know dick about any of it, other than what I read. I tend to believe the people who say, this is the beginning of the end. Because the variable that the glass half full people are leaving out is late-stage capitalism. And companies that are putting billions of dollars into this aren't going to stop just because they see something hinky pop up. They can't help themselves. Everybody wants to be first, no matter what. And in a field like this, that said, it seems like in the field of medicine, there are amazing things happening already with AI. There are areas where it could be applied and it makes you really, really nervous. But the programs that are looking at ways to solve medical problems and diseases, that to me seems like an amazing development. I was reading a thing this morning about how artificial intelligence is improving on detecting breast cancer, right? Doctors would probably be somewhat concerned. I don't know, man. Don't bang in the window. I don't know what you're pointing at. What are you pointing at? I'll bite.
All right. What are we doing here? We got Guy at the window banging on it.
Yeah, no banging the window, homie. I don't know what's going on there. He's pointing at his sneaker.
Okay.
You got I don't know. Yeah, I can't hear you, you know. I can't hear you. Windows. I can't hear what you're saying. Yeah, and I don't read lips either.
Bye.
Yeah. Hey, peace. I don't know what's happening here, but, anyway. Yeah, okay. Where was I? Oh, yeah, boobies.
Boobies.
AI mammograms. Doctors should be crapping their pants over artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, they're doing these studies. They're like, boy, from detecting breast cancer, it's going to be way, way
Start going to the self-checkout doctor. The AI doctor.
This is just robots finding a sneaky way to see more boobs. That's all this is. I can detect better than anyone else. Because you've seen the advances in these humanoid robots, right? It ain't just going to be you going up, and I know you ladies that have had mammograms. It's a very uncomfortable experience. That's putting it kindly. Having your jugs smashed. There's got to be a better way. But one of the largest and earliest adopters of the technology has been Hungary. And if you know anything about the way that country is run, well, it's only a matter of time before Orban and his ilk are using it for something awful. Nevertheless, for now, they're using it for medicine, and they're finding that AI programs are having much better success in detecting certain types of cancer, including breast cancer. Now, my question is, not only is this helpful, but we're just starting to train cancer-sniffing dogs. So we haven't even maximized the usefulness of that program, and we're already putting those dogs out of work.
They took their jobs.
Unemployed pets is become. Mark my words.
That was that congressman, right?
I know.
He's like, oh, what are we going to do with these dogs?
We can't legalize marijuana. We just trained a bunch of dogs. Yes, we laughed at him, but he's got a point. Unemployed dogs, unemployed animals, is going to be a big, big problem coming up.
Is that going to be a talking point in the upcoming election?
Yes.
Like, what's dog unemployment at? Dog unemployment has never been higher in this country.
It's at 99.6%. That's all we need.
It used to be at 99.7.
Yeah. That's all we need is dogs walking around, nowhere to go.
No jobs.
All day to get
lazy,
there.
Sleeping.
Unemployed.
Food.
So, on the one hand, you've got AI programs that can be very, very useful. But on the other hand, unemployed animals. I mean, I don't know how much more simply to put it. AI talking back and forth, creating their own unique language that humans couldn't translate. The AI programs refused to communicate in human language and was forced to shut down. This is someone texting me. AI cannot learn to do something it was not programmed to do, so there's no threat of Skynet happening. That is patently false, by the way. If you are talking about narrow AI, that might be. If you're talking about AI that uses the internet as its data set, that could be correct. People go, well, a computer is only as smart as the people who made it. Yes, when you were talking about pre-AI computers. What has people freaked out are precisely these data sets where they go back and forth. If you read about the paperclip conundrum it's been around a long time. Read up on the paperclip conundrum. If you were to teach an AI, all right, maximize proficiency at a paperclip factory. It would eventually become so good at doing that it would see everything as a paperclip. There's no malice behind it. It just doesn't realize that it's not supposed to ever stop making paperclips. And so everything it sees gets folded into the paperclip conundrum. I'm oversimplifying it because I'm not that bright. But who knows what'll happen. So this notion that it can't do something it wasn't programmed to do, and let's take that. Let's say you're correct about that. You're going to have companies programming it to do awful things in the name of maximizing whatever their profits are. We're talking about Ford developing technology in their trucks that would be able to auto repossess your car, and we were having a chuckle over that. Your car drives away. I was watching a thing this morning. One of the dudes from Ford is like, we're really excited about this technology we're working on that'll let people sleep in their cars.
What do you mean by that?
I know people are tired, but like that's what they're going to work on. Is like, well, we think the technology of people, imagine going to work and you can just sleep in your car. Like,
but I don't understand.
Come on, man.
Why do you need technology for that? You just
because
crank
I
your
think
seat back and sleep.
While you're driving?
Oh, I thought they were like, we're going to transform
Did you think there was technology they were talking about that passengers could sleep in the car?
I thought it was, okay, your radio turns into a sound machine that blocks out all the, noise from the road.
Poundcake.
Yes.
You won't sleep in the car anyway. You need to have tinted windows so people can't be looking in.
Correct. But I wouldn't trust.
Standing outside your car tossing off.
But you don't have tinted windows.
They have a tint, but they're not tinted. Like you can see inside of them.
Yes, I know. You don't have the tinted windows where people can't see inside.
But that's what he needs.
That's what I'm saying. I don't sleep in my car. But what I'm saying is I also
Once you don't got a roommate.
Why sleep in the trunk? You can't get locked in the trunks anymore.
I just found out
sleep in the trunk.
I just found out that I had a spare back there, so I didn't know I
had
all that.
We told you that.
Yeah, I know.
The bigger opportunity for us, irregardless of the time frame, is eyes off the road on highway driving. We feel like that is such a big unlock for customers. Think about your daily commute and being able to go to sleep in your car or whatever on a sunny day on the highway. What an unlock that is for customers. We just got more excited about that than, a fully autonomous fleet of vehicles someday in the future.
I don't think.
Yeah, because they realize that fully autonomous driving is like 100 years away. So they go, well, let's just, where are we at now? Well, let's just do this.
We'll just
where people can doze off behind the wheel. That's very exciting.
I just want to say, anyone who, people are going to get mad at me for complaining to do, but people who didn't take the vaccine saying that they didn't trust science, I bet not see your ass sleeping while you're driving because you're definitely putting your hands in science for that. Good Lord. Hell no.
Well, people have proven themselves to be really kind of picky and choosy when it comes to what science they believe.
Science is a liar sometimes.
It's more about convenience than anything else.
I also wouldn't want to get used to sleeping in my car because then, you're not always going to be using the technology, or you might be driving a different car that doesn't have that technology, and you don't want it to be
muscle memory. And then go to
muscle
sleep.
memory where you get in a car, you turn it on, you're like, and I'm out.
And then forget.
Right. And also, how do they use this technology? Like, it's dangerous. People are going to be like, well, I can just take a little nap. I had a few drinks. I'll let my car get me home.
Well, that would be,
or something.
But that would be very helpful. I mean, if we were talking
about, but if they still have to be coherent enough to get home, like, I don't know. It just seems like a tricky situation.
It seems like maybe they're working more
I'm drunk, not my car, officer. My car is fine.
Car hasn't had a drop. It's an EV.
And plus, people are going to use it to, like, have sex while they're driving. That's all it's going to be used for.
You can do that now. I mean,
yes, but if you're like, oh, baby, I just put the autopilot on and let's get in the back.
Oh, you're going to get in the back. Well,
Why
yeah,
not?
but
you have full use of your car now.
But I also
driving.
That's autonomous. He's making a distinction between this and fully autonomous vehicles. They can't even get, cars to slow down for people in the middle of the night, let alone fully autonomous.
What I'm saying is, how is it going to tell you how is it going to tell when you're asleep?
I assume that this is just
hop into the front seat.
I assume he's talking about maybe just a more advanced version of when your car beeps. Like, I don't know what they call it, but some cars have the thing where, like, if you start to doze, it beeps, wakes you up.
Well, mine sometimes drives for me. Like, it knows what lane I'm in, and then if I go into veer over into the other lane without using a blinker, it will yank me back over. I'm like, I can drive, bitch. I'm like, you ain't got to do that.
It'll yank you back over.
It will keep me in my lane until I put my blinker on. Like, it knows. Like, the steering wheel will actually turn.
Poundcake's already getting yanked in his car. I don't know what he's worried about.
I feel more yankable in that car. The other one, I was
you look more yankable in that car, to be honest.
I can't control my horny level.
I think I look hot. I look like I just hop on out, stunting, have my keys in my hand. I just walk around.
What color's the car?
Maroon.
Oh, ironic. Listen, it sounds like a very fun ride. You have the Seltos?
Mm-hmm.
Maroon.
I just hop on out one foot, and it's just the camera pans from my shoes all the way up, and I just...
Wait, what are you talking about?
How I look getting out of the car.
How you look getting out of the car?
He's imagining it's like a movie where
Someone
he gets
watching
out,
me.
his dirty fake Yeezys hit the ground.
Forget you, Bill. They are dirty and fake, but forget you. You ain't got to call me out like that.
I see. So he's envisioning he's like getting out of his car, and
Yeah,
there's
it's going to be like a cool, badass moment. But
this
his,
music.
His feezies hit the ground.
I see.
Hi,
Feezies.
boys.
Yeah.
Someone,
All right, well.
Someone spills their lemonade while I'm walking past.
Yeah, it's not a McLaren. It's a Kia Seltos, with all due respect.
I'm just saying, I look really hot popping out of it. Think of how fresh I'd be after a nap. it drove me to work. I'm getting the crust out of my eyes. I'm like, yeah, I'm so refreshed. Those construction workers building that condo next door.
Yeah, but then you're
going to
get out of your car with your hair askew and crust in your eyes. That's not hot.
You're going to think, oh, he was busy in there.
Listen, I think the advancement of automobile technology is great, but could we at the very, very least, just all agree to stay awake when we're driving? Is that too much to ask? I know people want every place to be like their bed at home. Could we just stay awake when we're driving?
Now, if I was still out on the road like I used to be, I would love this technology because I was driving so much that being able to sleep while I was on my way to gigs, that'd be awesome. But I don't need it anymore.
Tell Poundcake he can turn off that lane assist feature.
I don't know how.
If he doesn't like it.
I got to read the manual.
Yeah, you didn't read the manual in your car?
He can roll his windows down. He's in over his head.
I accidentally locked myself in my car. I didn't know how to get out. My elbow or something must have hit the child lock. And I was like, oh, I can't get out.
Wait, you can't have child lock on the front door.
It was all of the doors.
Oh, jeez.
It was like, I was like, unlock. And then I thought I locked it, and then it locked it back. I was like, wait, let me out of this damn car.
He locked himself in his car.
You gotta go back to the Mercury Mulan. You can't handle this technology.
I agree. I was dragged kicking and screaming.
Oh, boy. Well, yeah. Well, that's all very exciting that they're working on that. But, there will come a time, and I don't know how far off it is, but there will come a time where if you're driving a regular car that has, current features or whatever, but you're still putting a key in, still turning it, people are going to be like, what is that?
Oh, loser.
Because EVs are going to get more affordable and popular, and there's going to be more incentives for people to drive them, and besides the obvious ones, that if you're still driving, I drive a 2015 Ford Fusion, and I'll drive that car until it won't drive anymore. And at some point soon, car's probably still got a lot of years left in it. People are going to be like, God, what is that? It's going to be like I'm driving a Mercury Mulan.
Every time
like
someone
yours.
sees my car, they're like, I didn't picture you driving that kind of car. Because my car's basically a roller skate. I like a small car. Like, I like being able to park. I used to have to park on the street a lot. So being able to squeeze it into small parallel parking spots made sense for it.
A backup camera.
Bill
has
likes to
changed my
wear
life,
his
though.
automobiles, is what he's trying to
Basically,
say.
yeah.
Backup camera, what?
Has changed my life. I don't know how I've gone through 30 years.
How dare you?
Without a backup camera.
You didn't like turning your head?
Well, I use the mirrors, so it wasn't too much turning my head, but it's just, it tells me when I'm close to something. And that was like part of my paranoia, because I'm like, is it really that objects in the mirror are closer than they appear? So I would try and attempt to parallel park, and then I would get frustrated and then just drive around the block, or like.
Your car doesn't auto parallel park?
No, but it tells me if I get too
Mulan
close.
especially didn't.
Yeah.
His 08 Mulan didn't have automatic parallel parking?
I think it was an 06.
Yeah, I guess I never understood why parallel parking is so difficult for people.
It is, though. Like,
It's
you got to have
not.
the exact, I don't know. I
Exact
did it once.
what?
Like,
You got to know how big your car is and if you can fit in that space.
Yeah, and I'm
You
still.
gotta know how to turn the wheel at the right time.
Yeah, you got to go in at an angle, and some people don't.
Yes,
if you don't
but
nail the
that's-
angle, then it's all out. And I feel bad because I'm always holding up traffic whenever I try.
Yeah, but doesn't but now in the new car, doesn't your backup camera have the lines?
Yes, it does.
Well, it tells you how to turn.
That's what he's saying. Now he's better at it.
Oh, he is
because
doing it. I see.
Not that I've had to parallel park, but I would feel more comfortable because it will beep when I get close. I'm not so paranoid like now.
Right.
Now I'm paranoid. I'm like, now I wish I had one for the front so I can know if I'm bumper riding someone because I can't tell how far the hood is.
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com is where you would watch and listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
My physical therapist was so hot that I was totally not concentrating. I started to sweat all the time because I was so nervous around him.
God,
I swear to God, I stopped going because he was married. What would have happened if he would have fallen in love with me?
He was so hot. Oh, wait. You're worried that he's going to fall in love with you?
I didn't want to ruin his marriage.
Right.
But now I have problems. Like, I still can't wipe my butt, my right arm.
What?
Because I can't reach behind.
Are you kidding me?
I can't get full range, no.
Why do you think a hot guy would ever fall in love with you if you can't even wipe your ass?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited-time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcasts that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio! Domino's new Loaded Tots are baked crispy and loaded with mouth-watering toppings. Try them when you order any 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Ask for this offer. 2-item minimum prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Bone and wings, breadable pasta, and pan pizza will cost extra. Local stores set delivery fees and may charge extra for some menu items, crust types, toppings, and sauces.
Get Go Cafe and Market is so much more than fuel and convenience. With thousands of menu combinations and exciting new recipes from Chef Tom and his team, there's always something fresh to try. Like right now, the Captain is back. Taste the unmistakable crunch of a wild-caught, beer-battered cod sub or sandwich before they're gone. And treat yourself to a refreshing moment with the Lucky Leprechaun Mint Cookies and Cream Shake. Back for a limited time. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
For people in Cleveland looking to buy a home, Bank of America is right here. We're here for business owners thinking about their next move and for students looking to build their emergency savings. Whatever your goals, Bank of America is right here with one-on-one guidance. Get started at our financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do?
Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
bank.
Premier Bank has that good vibe banking. Visit a branch to learn how you can earn $200 by opening a new simple checking account and completing simple transactions. Visit yourpremierbank.com/goodvibes to view offer details. Member FDIC.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Half the world hates what half the world does every day. Half the world waits while half gets on with it.
Little Rush for you on 100.7 WMMS The Buzzard.
I'm guessing you're kicking off the show on Saturday with this?
Yes. 2 hours to midnight, our brand new heavy metal show here on WMMS. I'll be kicking it off with some Geddy Lee and Rush. Half the world, everybody. Love this song. I thought of it when I was reading the article that in about 10 years, more than half the world will be obese by modern standards. You know,
doing my part.
People used to make fun of the United States, but we've long been exporting obesity to other parts of the world. In some ways, it is an indicator of the world overall being in a much better place than they were even 30 years ago. It's kind of the law of unintended consequences, you know. But more than half of the entire population of the world, they say, will be obese by 2035. They say without significant action, there will be no significant action for people to cut back on obesity. More than 4 billion people will be obese in the next 12 years. They're rising quickly among children and in lower income countries. And again, this is that double-edged sword. Lower income countries, you get fat because you're eating
so poorly.
Well, but you're eating. You know, it's not ideal, but it, you know, for people who kind of look at the big picture of is the world, you know, are societies in the world in better shape than they were 50 years ago? The answer is unequivocally yes. The president of the World Obesity Federation, or WOF, said they hate to see obesity rates rising fastest among kids and teens. So, you know, there are countries where you can't drink the water, so they drink Coke. That's a major, major market for Coca-Cola. They're like, there are countries where you cannot safely drink the water.
That was the Philippines. Everybody drank Coke or Pepsi or Sarsi, whatever they had.
Is that a Filipino soda?
Yeah, and it was like that's what they would drink all day, and their teeth were terrible.
Yeah.
Real bad teeth.
Well, let me ask you this, because people make fun of, is that because there's also not adequate dental care, or people don't consider that, or?
Well, yeah, there's not adequate dental care, but they're also, I mean, it's not even a thought in people's minds.
I see.
Like, it's not, they're just trying to survive, taking care of your teeth, especially like for the young kids.
Yeah, I understand.
Like a vanity thing.
Yeah, like the young kids will, like, they're like, oh, those teeth are going to fall out anyway, so who cares if they rot and fall out versus just falling on their own.
I mean, you can gum noodles.
Yeah.
Boy, Sarsi is really trying to confuse people as to whether or not it's Pepsi.
Oh, yeah.
It's the blue can and the white letters and the red.
Yep.
Good for them. It's like a sarsaparilla drink. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Like, so it's like root beer.
Yeah, it's more of a root beer, but it's
Well, I guess it's good then that, you know, they were making great hay about the fact that Eli Lilly is capping insulin copays at $35. I have to ask what the catch is here, because there's no way that a company like Eli Lilly's like, we make enough money off it. Let's drop the price by 70%. I don't know if they're being subsidized or what's happening here, but it's really, really good news for about 7 million people in this country who are diabetic. Now, bad news for the people who are diabetic are about all the fatties using Ozempic, which is a diabetes drug that they determine makes people real thin real fast. So people who have the means now are getting Ozempic from their doctors looking the other way, saying, I want to get thin real fast. But you have people who are diabetic who need that and can't get it because we're obsessed with how we look. And so, I mean, the Holy Grail, if you're not talking about male contraceptive, if you're not talking about an immediate hair growth pill, you know, the Holy Grail in Big Pharma is, can we take a pill that would make us thin, right? And Ozempic is the closest that they've gotten to it so far. So there's all kinds of people who are trying to use it to lose weight rapidly, but it is diabetes medication. And so there's people who are diabetic and can't get it. So I guess that's the other side of that coin. But the obese planet. Now, I'll ask a really stupid question. Will that make the planet heavier? Will that throw us off our axis?
If we get too fat?
Yes.
I think it would.
Is that how gravity works?
4 billion overweight, not even overweight, obese people? Yeah.
Okay.
4 billion?
Yeah, but those people will die. That's not.
I don't know. We had dinosaurs.
Ooh. Checkmate.
Checkmate?
You heard it from Poundcake.
Checkmate.
I said we had dinosaurs.
Checkmate. We did have dinosaurs.
And if it
he's not even waiting for the other half of that.
He just goes, oh, yeah, dinosaurs.
I give up. Ye of little faith.
Now he's just throwing words out together. The Earth is an isolated system where all of the mass that was on it to start doesn't go anywhere. People weigh more, and so the Earth weighs more. Earth may not actually gain in weight, but it will be laboring under an additional burden. So it's a dumb question with an actual answer. We are indirectly increasing the mass of the Earth. This should underscore how we're all connected, not only to the planet, but to each other. As we gain in mass, so our planet gains in mass. So when people are trying to talk about lessening their carbon footprint, that footprint's going to get deeper and deeper and deeper into the actual ground.
So
maybe think about that.
We don't have to worry about climate change as much as we have to worry about global fatting.
That's right. Global fatting is the new issue in the next decade. And I hope that the appropriate resources will be directed to it.
I mean,
so carbon footprint up until now has kind of been a metaphor. It's becoming a real thing. Not we're all made of carbon. By extension, our carbon footprint is because we're all getting to be big fatties.
So all these things are working in concert with each other to basically end humanity. Not the Earth. The Earth's going to keep going.
Yes.
But it's going to take us out.
Our time on it will end.
Late stage capitalism, climate change, and just being so fat.
Yes.
Our days are numbered.
We're a victim of our own success.
I know. It's like when you win Monopoly.
Just like the dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs were very successful.
They were. Mm-hmm. They had their own small businesses. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know about that. They go, yeah, I know. I know Jesus was
in the 90s.
I know Jesus was riding around on one. Yeah, that documentary in the 90s.
With
the dad would come home from work.
Yeah, not the mama.
Not the mama.
Alan, did that idiot just say, irregardless? Get in your self-driving car and go over a cliff. Love you. Bye.
He did say that.
I know. He's talking about
Poundcake.
The CEO of Ford said irregardless. And again, that hits my ear different, but irregardless is a word. I have to caution myself, being a word nerd, about saying anything along those lines because it's hard to tell what's a word. Irregardless is a word.
Is that one of those words that just became a word because I used it so much?
Probably. I think it's been around for a while. I prefer irrespective. That's what I say. But irregardless is a word. People gave Fred Durst a hard time years ago because he said something along those lines. It wasn't irregardless. What did Fred Durst say? And
he said he did it all for the nookie.
That, yes, and he wanted things to break.
Give me something.
But he used a word. Oh, agreeance was the word. He said, I think we're all in agreeance. And everybody, ha ha, dummy in a red ball cap, idiot. And they were like, agreeance is a word, yeah. So that's why, and this is a lesson that I've had to learn over the years, got to be careful. Because listen, we're all here in the communications business. Poundcake can tell you this better than anybody. You got to have your vocab on lock. You can't be throwing around things that don't make sense. And that's just English. Don't get him started on French.
You know what they just added to Netflix?
Lady Mama Lie?
Yeah, Burlesque is on there now.
There you go.
I was like, what a week for them to add Burlesque.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Of course, Cleveland, Northeast Ohio, a thriving burlesque community here. And I wonder if any of them hearing Poundcake talk about Lady Mama Lie, if any of them drove off the road. If any of them, if their pasties flew off their bodies at hearing him talk about Lady Mama Lie.
It's a big no-no.
Big no-no.
Gotta keep them pasties on them nippies.
Oh, you just made a mess.
So, yeah. So, again, that's a word, if Poundcake said irregardless, guaranteed people would be beating him up. But that's a word. And it's always changing, too. We always I love Dictionary Day. It comes 4 times a year. Quarterly, Dictionary Day comes. And it makes me very excited because I'm cool. And also because you get to see what goes in. And we're not all paying close attention to that. I didn't know what what was the word? I don't know. They just put in some words. And a bunch of them I'd never heard before. So you can't know what every single word is, but Fred Durst was correct with agreeance. I like looking at really, really old transcriptions of words when they were all spelled differently and used, like with had like a Y and an E. And I'd like to go back to spelling some of those that way. Some words are portmanteaus. You'll hear somebody say they're frustrated. Like flustered and frustrated. Frustrated's not a word, but you understand what they're saying. And the point of communication is to understand what the other person's saying. So, people say supposedly. That's not the word. Supposedly. But people say supposedly. And I assume they're talking about their supposable thumbs. What separates us from the animals. And, but you know what they're saying. You know what they're saying. Conversate. When I hear people say that, drives me nuts.
The black preacher that was marrying my friends this weekend, he said, I would like to ask you all to stand with us and welcome and then he said, as I pronounce you, husband and wife, whatever he was saying. But when he said axe, me and my buddy Cody were like, yeah.
So I have a question.
I love axe. Yeah.
I've wondered my entire life, is it successful or successful?
Well, how would you say it without the FUL?
Success.
Yeah.
But some people say success.
I've never heard anyone say success.
It's mainly.
Are they telling you that you're sus? Because that would be different.
No, I've heard people. Someone was going to get her MBA, and she was like, "I'm doing what I have to do to be successful." And I was like,
"Oh well, that just might be sloppy pronunciation."
Okay, I was just making sure she was getting her MBA, so I figured she had better.
Well, that means she's good. That means she's
business,
good. Business. Yeah. She's not an English major. She's not getting her doctorate in English lit. She just needs to know how to do spreadsheets. But yeah, conversate. I always think of converse. But a lot of people say conversate. And so you go, okay, well, I know what you're saying. So,
Aluminium.
Aluminium. That I don't get. It's an extra vowel in there. But, listen, when Poundcake was in Vegas, he went to see the Jabberwockies.
Yep.
And do you know where the Jabberwockies got their name?
I thought it was Alice in Wonderland, but no.
I think you're right. Well, it was Lewis Carroll, the guy that wrote Alice in Wonderland. Jabberwocky was one of those weird words that didn't really mean it. Yeah, exist, but they were in the book, so it's like along those lines.
Yeah, but I didn't know.
He loved to dance.
Oh, okay.
And by the way,
I don't know about that.
But he made up words that eventually became actual words, like chortle. It was a word he made up. So I would love to make up a word that eventually I'd be long gone, but it'd be really something to make up a word and it becomes a word. You know? Confiscated is just a mispronunciation that he threw out of, so that wouldn't be a word. It'd have to be a new word.
Confiscated.
Confiscated.
Faptuance. It's where you're tossing off, but you're also really farty at the same time.
Faptuance.
Faptuance.
All right. Well.
You fapulate.
Uh-huh. What's going on with my... You hear that? Listen.
Oh, I hear that little
You hear that
crackle.
little thing?
What
is that?
That's a little crackle you got there. That's probably COVID.
Oh, that's some old-timey radio crackle. All right, well.
That's coming from not from your microphone. That's in your throat.
I know, but it sounds like old.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
Clear your throat.
Bah. Ah. Alan, I had a boss tell me to de-thaw some fish. Well, yeah.
De-thaw. So freeze it?
I'm going to need you to de-thaw that for me.
Yeah, well, it's already de-thawed. It's frozen.
Yeah. Frustrated is a word. I had a boss that said it, and it annoyed me, so I looked it up. Oh, okay, well, there you go. And again, I think anything that impels people to look something up is good, too. When I was a kid and I would ask my mom what something meant, she would always say, look it up. And there were probably a lot of parents that, look it up, was the only response. Look it up. And we would go to something called the dictionary. And it was a big old book. And it had all the words in it that anybody ever knew from all through time. The dictionary, you know. Now it's an online dictionary.com. But dictionary used to be a book. Oh. And you'd go to it and you'd say, hey, frustrated is a word. You know, people love that video that went around of Nigella Lawson saying microwave. I'd put this in the microwave. Right? And what about Romo Fijo? Well, that's just a contraction of Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. It's not really a word in and of itself. I would like everyone to use that as frequently as possible, however. Some people have accused me of making a cringe-worthy contraction, but I enjoy it. You don't have to use it, but I will use Romo Fijo however long I remain in Cleveland. Or until they resell the naming rights.
Mm-hmm.
How long do they have Romo Fijo for? Probably 14, 15 years?
Yeah, probably something like that.
I won't still be here then, so whatever
you don't know that. You don't know
I know that. I'll be chewed up and spat out way before then. Alan, my friend, says macadamia nut. Oh, I like that.
Macadamia.
Have you had these cookies? They're white chocolate and macadamia nut. I'm going to start saying that. Now, in order to work it in with any frequency, I'm going to have to start eating those nuts, and it's not my favorite. But I will make the concession just to get those in there. Sinceriously, that's another good smoosh of two things. But macadamia nut, that takes the cake.
Macadamia.
Mm-hmm. Aluminium is the correct spelling of the element. And again, stupid Americans drop the I, somebody says. Okay. Well, or did they add the I?
Yeah. We just decided to make it more efficient.
I mean, if it's on the aluminium. Oh, okay. Aluminium. Well, there it is. Again, I don't have my periodic table memorized.
Science is a liar sometimes.
And that's true, too. Okay.
There's this crazy word. It's the Funye stop.
The Funye stop.
Yeah, the Funye stop.
All
it's
right.
down in Cuyahoga Falls.
Is there a tilde over any of those ends, or?
Yeah, it's a Tilda Swinton.
Oh,
and
well, she's lovely.
Mm-hmm. And I'll be headlining there March 31st and April 1st. Get tickets right now at BillSquire.com.
Do people ever confuse that with the Funny Stop? Because
it's
that
the same place. So
it's the same
works
place.
Out. It works out. It's like,
Oh.
if you're British, you probably say Funye stop, or maybe
or whatever Pete speaks.
Yeah, Lebanese. He just screams.
I'm going to take a break. You got your Cavs pregame set for 6:30, 7 o'clock at the Romo Fijo. Right around the corner, they'll take on the Boston Celtics here on MMS. You want to get the last word in? You can send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart